Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for November 19th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Do we have any corrections to the agenda before we adopt the agenda?
Yes, we do. First, staff would like to request that we move item 15B1 to be held before 14B1. We want to note that there's a clerical error on the resolution number that's on the attachment. It should read 2420. The agenda item is correct. And then lastly, on item 16D8, which is in the conference section, there's a description that should read, install HDMI cabling from behind the Promethean board to under the existing projector control locations at each classroom. And that was from item 16D8.
Okay.
Those are the adjustments.
Hearing those adjustments, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Do we have any comments for closed session?
We do not.
Didn't think so. Okay, we'll be moving to closed session for public employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, case number 2-22-CV-02717. And then conference with labor negotiation pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. I am the representative as the board president. It's dealing with unrepresented employees, both for the superintendent and the assistant superintendents. So with that, I will entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
C.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
We're adjourned to closed session. Welcome to the school board meeting of November 19th, and we're back in regular session. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You got an announcement? I didn't stand because I'm late.
Okay.
Video.
Yeah. Mr. Peterson asked me to let people know that he's had some knee surgery, so that was why he was unable to stand. Normally he does stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. He's not trying to be disrespectful. He's got some very sore knees right now. Roll call. Ms. Dom.
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Lavier.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Sienna Modi.
Here.
Student Board Member Ria Gill.
Here.
And then Student Board Member Jennifer Moreno should be joining us shortly, but she's not here at this time.
Okay, thank you. Report of action taken in closed session. This evening in closed session, we did not take any action. Superintendent's report. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. I am going to turn over our introduction to Gina Wolowitz, Assistant Superintendent.
Good evening. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Nick Vlahos as our new Deputy Director of Special Education. Mr. Vlahos brings over 10 years of experience in psychology and education. He began his career in Ventura Unified as school psychologist in 2015 and served as the interim Deputy Director of Special Education in 2021-22. Most recently, Mr. Vlahos served as the Director of Ventura County SELPA, where he gained extensive experience overseeing programs, managing special education services, and providing leadership to support local districts. Mr. Vlahos is highly skilled in collaborative leadership, budget management, and conflict resolution, and has a strong commitment to inclusive educational practices. He has extensive experience overseeing the management of programs and related services, and most recently has been supporting local school district special education directors, conducting trainings and offering technical support. We are excited to welcome him back home to Ventura Unified, where his expertise and passion for supporting students with unique learning needs will be a tremendous asset to our district. Congratulations.
Good evening. Would you like to say a few words before we make comments and introduce your family, please?
Sure, thank you. I'm here tonight with my wife Julia and my two girls, Billy and Winifred. And I'd just like to thank my family on behalf of what I have going on and working here for Ventura Unified. Thank you for having me and trusting me with our family. And what I've learned through having children is that it's so important to make sure we have a strong educational system, which VUSD has. And I'd also like to thank the board and the leadership for Ventura Unified to welcome me back. This is my home. And I'm very happy to be back to support where it's needed. And there's a lot of great things going on here at this district, and I'm very happy to be a part of that once again. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming back. We really are glad you are coming back. And ladies, we'd like to thank you for sharing him with us, because we know he's going to spend a lot of time at times, but it's a privilege to meet you, and welcome Nick back. Board comments. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, just welcome home, and it's wonderful to meet your family, and we were so excited to see your name on that list and to be able to welcome you back. So excited to see the work you'll do.
Yes, echo what my colleague said. Welcome back and thank you.
Yes, welcome back as well. We're so happy to have you. Special ed is such a special part of me as well, as being a special ed teacher. So I'm always glad to see, us hiring more SPED individuals. So thank you so much.
Yes, excuse you. I echo that. If a lot of successful companies love it when they have people go gain experience somewhere else and desire to come back and bring that experience to a place they already know that works. So once again, welcome home.
Dr. Castro, any comments?
I'll just again echo the warm welcome back. And Nick, it's great to have you to help us get these new initiatives that we have going across, and also to continue the great work that's been done. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for all being here. We really appreciate it. Nick,
Thank you
welcome
so much
home.
again. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and Marianne is bringing up on the screen the gratitude award list. There we go. And so I'm going to, as we typically do, I'm going to call out just a few. The first gratitude award write-up that we received was for Taishin Minks, Balboa Middle School students. Taishin is described as cheerful, humorous, kind, and positive. In any situation, it is handled with humor, care, and a calm attitude. Is helpful, always offers help to teachers as needed, is good at cheering up friends and classmates when they're upset, happens to be good at math, and Taishin is noted as being deserving of this award. The next recognition is for Chandra Marshall, a Sunset School teacher. Mrs. Marshall has made the transition to middle school fantastic for our sixth graders, with available extra credit work, engaging projects, promising field trips, and cross-country team duties. She continues to be an excellent teacher and member of the Sunset community, and we thank her for all that she does. And our last recognition tonight is Jen Eggerston, Ventura High School teacher and coach. Mrs. Eggerston is described as a fantastic math teacher at Ventura High School, volunteer assistant volleyball coach for the freshman team. She's described as being a beacon of light for our freshman students on and off the volleyball court. She opens up her classrooms at all hours as a welcoming space for the students to hang out, work on homework, get tutoring. She's appreciated for the time and dedication that she gives her students, and also more than they will ever know. So please join me in thanking them for their contributions to our district. Thank you, Dr. Goldberg.
And now for our student board reports. Serena, I guess we're starting with you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Sienna Modi. I am the ASB president at El Camino High School, and tonight I'd like to give you an overview of what we've been up to for the last 2 months. So we had 7 students recognized by their mentor teachers as students of the quarter. These students demonstrated student achievement in a variety of ways, such as submitting flawless work, balancing their classes at Ventura College along with their classes at El Camino, and by setting a positive example on campus. In October, we built culture and climate on campus by recognizing and celebrating Unity Day on the 16th. On this day, students were encouraged to wear orange to promote and share kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. To further spread this message, we additionally had a Spirit Week the same week to encourage bullying prevention. The Spirit Week included themes such as wearing black to black out bullying and wearing pajamas to put name-calling to rest. This week allowed us to build community on campus while spreading some positive messages, and we had some pretty good student participation as well. We recently had another opportunity to build our culture on campus with our middle school visits. Students from the AVID programs at Sunset, Balboa, and Data middle schools heard from our staff as well as leadership students who answered questions about our school and gave their unique perspectives on their experiences here. On October 25th, we celebrated Red Ribbon Week with a quad day. The theme was Life is a Movie, Film Drug-Free, to promote the Red Ribbon campaign of drug use prevention. Our quad day consisted of red-themed foods, a movie in one of the classrooms, and activities such as a slime-making station, volleyball, and fun crafts. This event further built culture and climate on our campus, while again promoting that important message of drug use prevention. Coming up, we have our El Camino Information Nights for prospective students. We also have our Carnival Quad Day this Friday, which will be full of carnival-themed games, food, and activities where students have the opportunity to win prizes. And then we have some fun events coming up in December that we are currently planning. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Foothill. Rhea?
Hi, my name is Rhea Gill. I'm the ASB president at Foothill Tech High School, and I'm here to update you guys on our events from October through November. So first of all, on October 18th, we had our Fall Renaissance Rally, and I put this under the board priority of culture and climate since Renaissance rallies are really important to Foothill, and they've been here for many years now. So this specific rally was thriller or Halloween themed, and we led up to it with a Halloween themed Spirit Week to build excitement around the rally. And, it's okay. And at this rally, we recognize students for their academic achievements, and we also want to remind them that their, academic endeavors and hard work do pay off. And then later that same day, we had our Halloween dance, which I also put under the board priority of culture and climate, since this is a unique dance to Foothill. Most other schools have homecoming, but we instead have a Halloween dance. And at the dance, we of course, had the DJ and the actual dance part in the front half of the quad, but in the back half, we had games, a photo booth, and separate seating for people who might not, want to be with the more chaotic side. So in ASB, we try to make sure that all of our events have, cater more towards extroverts and introverts, both, so that, they can both feel seen. And at this dance, anyone is able to attend from any school or any grade, so it's definitely a bonding event. Our next event was a new one, applications and appetizers, put on by the senior class representatives. And I put this under the board priority of student achievement, since college and applications are definitely very important and a big part of graduating high school. No matter, what your pathway is, graduation is huge. Also, I'd like to mention that I didn't have a photo for this event, so I used a cover illustration from the Foothill Dragon Press. It's a digital art one, and I think it's really great. Definitely embodies some parts of the college season, maybe anxieties. But at this event itself, we had counselors, teachers, and staff in Spirito Hall who were there to answer any questions about essays, scholarships, or just overall applications. This event was open to any senior, and I definitely found I found that it was very helpful with my college essays, as I got to review and reflect on them with one of our new English teachers. And I also noticed that maybe this is a new thing, but a lot of students have been getting college counselors, but I know that those are very expensive and not all of our students have access to that. So I think this applications and appetizers event is a great way to bring that to Foothill, so anyone will have that opportunity. Our next event was Trunk or Treat on October 25th, which I put under the board priority of culture and climate, since this is very important to Foothill. In fact, I remember when Ms. Johnson, our new principal, came to meet with ASB before the beginning of the school year, and she asked, what are some events that are non-negotiables? What needs to happen no matter what I say? And ASB said Trunk or Treat at the top of our list. It's, of course, an annual event, and no matter what grade you're in, you can participate. So it definitely builds community among different grades. And also, if you have a parking spot or not, you can still participate. So I unfortunately didn't get one this year, but I was still able to help my friends decorate their parking spots. And then also, of course, participate in the trick-or-treating aspect. And I really like this event because it lets all students have a chance to trick-or-treat, because I know in high school we have a lot more priorities like jobs or after-school things. So if you didn't have the opportunity, the night of Halloween, you could at school. And then the last event we had was our Dia de los Muertos event on November 15th under the board priority of culture and climate. So for this event, ASB partnered with the Be Heard Club to put it on, and the Be Heard Club essentially focuses on Latino and Hispanic culture and putting on events that celebrate that. So the picture is from a couple years ago, but I did notice from another Dia de los Muertos event, but I feel like it really well shows the ofrenda, and it was so beautiful. So at this event, we had, of course, the ofrenda, we had papel picado, we had the paper flowers, and we also had a station where students could play loteria, and we had a face painting station as well. And then ASB also made sure to send out a notification to the students that they could bring in photos of loved ones, as you can see in the picture, to put up on the ofrenda. And then the last thing about this event was that we played some Spanish music, but we also made sure that we got students' voices and opinions on what specific songs they wanted to hear, especially since this is a cultural event, and we wanted to hear from everyone at Foothill about it. So so far at Foothill, we have definitely focused on the board priority of culture and climate. And I know as we go into finals, we want to really focus on the climate aspect to create a welcoming and inclusive climate so everyone knows that, you know, no matter what you get on your tests, you're welcomed here and we still love and appreciate you. And as far as our upcoming events, we have Foothills Info Night this Thursday. So parents and families will come, and ASB and other student organizations on campus will give them tours of the campus and some more info on Foothill. And then we have our November gratitude event, Winter Week, which is a winter-themed spirit week, and Winter Formal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to correspondence, we have two pieces of correspondence from the County Office of Education. The first is the unaudited actual letter, basically saying that they've received our unaudited actuals and looked at them and everything appears to be okay. And then our Williams Act annual report. So now we'll move on to public comments. Ms. Kuros.
Good evening. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening, and I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of electronic digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that are attending this evening and watching our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there's no need to touch the microphone. Please just speak right into it. I will be calling the name of the person who's up first and the person who will be going up next. So the first person up is Beatrice Barnes, followed by Ruby Jenkins.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Beatrice Barnes, and I'm a senior at Foothill Technology High School. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all about a very serious issue: the health of VUSD students, community members, and our environment. Last year, VUSD used over 600,000 single-use plastic spork packs. I'm sure you all are aware that plastic production and disposal significantly contributes to greenhouse gas emissions and pollution, adversely affecting the health of our local ecosystems and our community. We have all witnessed the rapidly intensifying impacts of climate change. In the past 7 years, 2 destructive wildfires have scorched Ventura County, rogue waves have swept through our city streets, and our beaches are littered with plastic waste. These events directly impact VUSD students. They have caused students to lose their homes, breathe poor air, and miss multiple weeks of crucial academic instruction. VUSD cannot continue to exacerbate these environmental conditions by purchasing and distributing excessive and unnecessary plastic spork packs. The current plastic utensil packs cost approximately 1 cent per unit. In other words, they are very cheap. If cost is an impediment to change, then we have identified cost-efficient options that will align the district with its own environmental purchasing policies and regulations. First, VUSD can purchase plastic sporks without the plastic wrapping. If sanitation is a concern, reusable dispensers are readily available and affordable. Meanwhile, we encourage the district to run a year-long stainless steel spork pilot program at an elementary school site where a commercial dishwasher either exists or can be installed. The company Plastic Free Restaurants will give VUSD the stainless steel sporks for free, and even with the cost of a dishwasher, we project that VUSD will begin saving money within a year. The program has financially helped other districts in California, including Goleta Unified. After running a pilot program, our hope is that VUSD will be able to make an informed decision about district-wide implementation of sustainable sporks. Another option is for the district to purchase wooden or bamboo sporks and spork dispensers. While this is the most costly option, if stainless steel utensils will never be feasible district-wide, we encourage VUSD to allocate more money towards sustainable utensils. In the classroom, we are shown images of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. We are encouraged to volunteer at beach cleanups, and we are taught that climate change will jeopardize our future. VUSD must
30
practice
seconds.
what it preaches and show, not tell, students how to lead sustainable lifestyles. We can't afford to ignore the lasting impacts of single-use plastics any longer. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to the health of your students and our environment. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ruby Jenkins, followed by Morgan Houston.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Ruby Jenkins, and I've been working with Beatrice Barnes and other peers on our single-use plastic minimization initiative. I would like to note that over 200 VUSD students and community members have signed our petition, explicitly showing their support for minimizing single-use plastics in our cafeterias. Many more care deeply and are affected directly by this issue. Young people, including those of us here tonight, disproportionately carry the burden of climate change. A 2021 study indicated that 75% of youth are frightened about their future due to the climate crisis, and more than 45% say that their feelings about climate change negatively impact their daily life and functioning. However, we understand that the sustainable developments like adjusting or replacing plastic spork distribution takes time, research, and dedication. To oversee an eventual transition to sustainable utensils and other environmental improvements, and to encourage environmental education, literacy, and civic engagement, we propose the reinstallment of a VUSD Student Sustainability Committee. We envision a student-led committee of high school students across all 5 campuses to provide the board with quarterly campus updates and ideas related to environmental improvements. Beatrice, myself, and the 2 other core members of the Plastic Minimization Campaign are willing and well-equipped to lead this committee in collaboration with board members, teachers, and other advisors. Beatrice has drafted a board resolution that outlines the details, purpose, and ongoing expectations for our proposal. We sincerely hope that you will consider the resolution, contact us with any adjustments you would like to see, and make it an agendized item for a board meeting in the near future. Your students are counting on you not only to teach them about the importance of sustainability, but also to create a brighter future for all of us. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our proposal. We look forward to working with you to make VUSD's practices greener and to protect the community and environment we cherish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Morgan Houston, followed by Magdalena Lay.
Hi, my name is Morgan Houston, and I am also a part of the Plastic Minimization Campaign. I believe that this is an issue that impacts not only all students across the district, but our community as a whole. It is imperative that we take action now for the future and health of our environment. Thank you for your time.
Magdalena Lay, followed by Kelly Perry.
Hello, my name is Maggie Lay, and I support this initiative to get rid of single-use plastics in the cafeteria. Living in the beautiful coastal city of Ventura, we are hoping to decrease the amount of pollution in our waters, streets, and schools. As a student, I support protecting our community. Thank you for your time.
Kelly Perry, followed by, sorry, having some technical difference. Kelly Perry, followed by Cameron Perry.
Good evening. Thank you to the board and those district representatives that are here tonight. My name is Kelly Perry, and I'm a parent of a student at Data Middle School, part of the Idea Academy. Last week, we attended a school site council meeting with a vague understanding of what that meeting was currently about. At that meeting, we found out that the district was stating that there was a non-compliance issue with our credentialing of teachers that appeared to be collaborating their efforts to understand the full ideas of decisions that were being rushed at the school. It was not with transparency that we were made aware that there was what's called uncoring of classes, which is a unique situation that happens at Data Academy, a part of the Idea Academy. These courses are linked together with coding and with makerspace to allow students to be engaged in a really unique educational experience. It was because of my research trying to figure out what was happening at our school, district policies that were being made without transparency, that we discovered that uncoring had been a decision made at the district level. This greatly impacts the school, the students that are part of the IDEA Academy, and when our family participated in the school of choice, we were given the understanding that the IDEA Academy would encompass integrated curriculum, project-based learning, and in a sense, a well-oiled machine after 10 years. We are pleading with you as a board to give us some understanding as to what is going on, but also plead for this coring of what is happening at the IDEA Academy to keep those classes intact. This is the first time that my child has loved school. He is a great learner, taking extra time outside of his day to continue to learn about coding and makerspace, and it has been a wonderful opportunity for him. He has a great mind and is being well utilized at IDEA Academy under the direction of those teachers there. Thank you for your time and for listening to my public comment. We really hope that you'll listen to this for today. Thank you.
Cameron Perry, followed by Nash Perry.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm here because I've caught wind of some developments at Data Middle School, and specifically ones that would affect the IDEA Academy that my wife just spoke so eloquently about. Much of this has happened without any transparency from school or district administration. I'm certain many of you are aware of the program. As you just heard, it is a well-integrated, multidisciplinary program across several classes: makerspace, computer programming, and more. As my wife said, our son has really come alive in this program. This is the first time where he actually wants to go to school every day. I see him come alive when he talks about rockets that he designed. They did the calculations to understand their trajectory that their design decisions would make. He spent hours and hours programming a role-playing video game, a text-based video game, because he was inspired by Mr. Homestetter. He's talked about the stories and the history lessons that he's going through with Miss Bauman, and that's because they have the core curriculum, they have the block schedule. Both of those are being taken away without the transparency and the honesty that we deserve as parents and students in this district. I want you to think about middle schoolers who actually like going to school. I was not one of them, but my son is. One thing that concerns me is that lack of transparency. The decision to uncore this program was made without any acknowledgement or notification to the parents. It was made without any concern to how it would affect the IDEA Academy and the larger data school itself. Likewise, the decision to de-block the schedule, which I understand is a site-based decision, has been made or is being made as we speak at this time. I don't know how that will turn out, but I am certain that both of these are completely tied together, though we are told by both school administrators and also district administrators. My concern is that they are pointing fingers at each other and not taking responsibility. I know through programs like the Leader in Me program that we teach our students to take responsibility, to take ownership of their actions and be leaders. And yet I do not see that in the administration before us at the school or here in the district level. I look at the schools, the district's mission and the vision, and I see all these points where we are missing in this situation. We are not looking out for the best of our students. Instead, we are making decisions that are going to hobble arguably one of the best programs in the district at any grade level, and will also hobble a school that desperately needs.
Time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight.
Next is Nash Perry, followed by Amy Abanilla.
Thank you for having me here tonight, and my name is Nash Perry, and I am a student at Dienza Academy of Technology and the Arts. I go to this IDEA program because of special things such as science, mathematics, and computer science with project-based learning from amazing teachers. I really enjoy this school and the IDEA Academy because of how kind and welcoming these teachers are and do everything to make sure we reach our learning potential. They do an amazing job of making us welcome and safe at school. It's the most I've ever enjoyed going to school in my whole life. It's an amazing opportunity that should not be denied to anyone. This is why I ask you not to change anything about this amazing program. In this program, if you changed it, it would be a loss to everyone who hoped to come and is still in it. So I ask of you, please do not change it. Thank you.
Amy Abanilla, followed by Kristen Kroll.
Board, I am also here to speak to you on behalf of the parents at Data Academy. As you can tell, you have a bunch of concerned parents here who have recently come into the knowledge that the decision to uncore middle school classes was made without any parent notification and any community involvement from the middle schools. It is also recently as last Thursday, in fact, so we've had 4 days to digest the information and try to glean from teachers and administrators and other people what exactly is going on. I am concerned that there is not enough communication being made to parents, actually no communication at all, to the decision to uncore the middle school classes. And there is also a rush to push through at Data the decision to go to a traditional bell schedule and unblock classes. And this pressure is being put supposedly from the VUSD administration, although, as Mr. Perry has also expressed, Data administration is also pointing fingers. We cannot determine what is the true story here, and we feel like there is a fabricated timeline being put on the middle school to make these decisions without being given enough time to look at alternatives and how to address these issues. I request that the board take the time to look into this and provide the school the time to look into the issue properly without these fabricated deadlines that are being placed upon them to make decisions in 2 days, 4 days, 1 month, whatever the timeline may be. It is not enough time to look into everything that is being addressed and being pushed through without the community's knowledge and understanding of what the decisions may be that will affect the entire community, both the Idea Academy and the greater community of Data as a whole. Thank you very much.
Kirsten Kroll, followed by Dexter Nomeri.
Hi, thank you very much for the time tonight. My name is Kirsten Kroll, and I'm here to encourage the support of a new nonprofit organization, Epilepsy Awareness Tri-County. The organization was started because my daughter at another school had a seizure in a classroom, got locked in the class. Took an hour to find somebody with a key to unlock the door, to find her still post-ictal, head on desk. 6 months later, she had a tonic-clonic seizure. She's on the ground. They called the ambulance to go to her classroom. They called me to meet them at the ER. Somebody, instead of leaving her there in a safe place for the ambulance to come to, put her unsecured on a golf cart over the lumpy, bumpy grass to find the ambulance that was already supposed to go to her classroom. As a result, she had a 7-minute seizure in the ER that could have very easily happened on that golf cart. So with that being done, I have been starting the Epilepsy Awareness Tri-County, where we are doing free training. We want it in every school, epilepsy first aid training for faculty, students, family, anybody that wants to come. We want to make it free to the community. We're also doing support groups. Our first support group is scheduled for December 21st. Bilingual, the training is all bilingual, as well as having ketogenic cooking classes. So with that, I have brought some backpacks. We are having our first, some flyers, our first nonprofit 1K, 5K run, roll, and stroll here in Ventura. It had to be moved from November 11th because of the fires to December 14th. I have flyers over there, given out several flyers. I'm ready to give out more. 1 out of 10 people, all ages, will have a seizure in their lifetime. Who is it going to be? With this many people in the classroom, 1 out of 10. All ages, There are teachers, there are students with autism that have seizures, there are athletes that have seizures. It does not discriminate on age, race, anything. So who's going to be able to be there to help? At our event, we will have people from Chalk Hospital, Cottage, Children's Hospital LA. We have a huge group of vendors that are there to help talk to, educate, and support the people of Ventura County. I'm looking for 500 to 1,000 people. I'm challenging every school to send their track teams and see how many people we can get. So if you don't have a flyer, I'll pass them out. It's really easy to register. There's QR code, and the backpacks are now classic because we had to change the date. So I hope to see everybody there.
Time's up.
Good evening, board and representatives. My name is Dexter Nunnery, and I am the founding director of Project 50. I am here on behalf of the Russell family. Ms. Russell's 9-year-old son attends Lemon Grove Elementary School and has been being harassed constantly at school by a particular student. She has reported this to the staff with no consequences of the student who is harassing her son. Our main goal at Project 50 and our concern for the Black community and their children is that they can exist in a safe atmosphere just like other families and students without being harassed. Our questions to your school board is, number one, why is there not an automatic no contact order put in place after the second reporting of a physical harassment or altercation? Number two, what steps did the school counselor, on the website it says that counselor's name is Miss Danvy Wynn. What steps did Miss Wynn take to talk with the student causing the harassment? Number three, does your school district have any programs or processes in place to deal with the violent anger of 9-year-old students? In closing, we will be monitoring this situation and the school's action in protecting Ms. Russell's son. On that school's website, the principal message says, we are committed to creating a welcoming school where our students thrive and are confident to rise to challenges. Nothing in that message speaks of the safety of any student. Even on the homepage of that website, nothing says anything about safety. So I hope that the rise to challenges statement don't mean the challenge of fighting every day like you're an MMA fighter. And it's hard for a 9-year-old to get an education or rise to the challenge when he's getting his head kicked in. Thank you.
Next up, Jim Yarbrough, followed by Robert Harrell.
Absolutely.
I'm Jim Yarbrough. This is an open letter to California educators and stakeholders. Reject the ADL, that's Anti-Defamation League, Collaborative on Genocide Education. No genocide denial. Dear California education leaders, as educators, parents, students, and community stakeholders, we ask you not to contract for professional development with the California Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Education until its teacher training program, 1, includes scholars on Palestine, 2, expels the Anti-Defamation League and other organizations that conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, and 3, develops a transparent and accountable governance structure. The ADL's agenda is clear. Deny Israel's genocide in Gaza and accuse those who argue otherwise of siding with terrorists. This is wrong. Our students need and deserve unbiased education about past and current genocides. This is from a friend of mine who is in Jewish Voice for Peace. To some of you and to some audience members, what you are hearing about the ADL may be surprising. For that reason, I would like to provide a bit of context. In short, the ADL has used its position in the civil rights community to undermine the very groups it claims to support. It is supportive of marginalized communities only until those communities and their organizations voice support for Palestinian rights. As far back as 1993, the ADL was exposed as spying on and keeping information on at least 700 organizations and 10,000 activists, including Greenpeace, the Arab American Democratic Club, the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, the NAACP, the United Farm Workers, and the Nelson Mandela Welcoming Committee. The ADL spied on groups opposing South African apartheid and even gave information to the South African government. More recently, the ADL blasted Black Lives Matter organizations because they supported the Palestinian struggle for justice. And it has deemed them anti-Semitic, the standard go-to epithet, along with pro-Hamas, pro-hate, and bigoted. In the late 80s, in an attempt to counter the Bay Area support for intersectional and anti-racism organizing, which included support for Palestinians, the ADL introduced its World of Difference curriculum and created a coalition of queer, Arab, Asian, and other anti-racist groups to help promote it. Not long after, the member groups complained about the narrow bias that elevated the Nazi Holocaust and minimized experiences from slavery to internment. ADL responded to this criticism by asserting their right to control the entire curriculum. Eventually, the board members quit, charging the ADL was using them as cover. This very well could prefigure the ADL's behavior in the California Teachers Collaborative. There's much more to say. It is clear, especially during Israel's current genocide, that the ADL is not a reliable partner and cannot be trusted with educating our youth. Thank you.
Robert Harrell, followed by David Norden.
Good evening, Board. My name is Bob Harrell. I am here to make public and request that the Board address a situation at De Anza Middle School. It is my opinion that a superior academic program is in jeopardy of being shut down. To be brief, the school is uncoring its curriculum. The Idea Academy will be impacted in a very negative way and produce outcomes that are less favorable than we are currently achieving. We are being told that teachers are no longer qualified to teach the curriculum that they have created. We are also talking about teachers that have each been awarded the Ventura County Teachers of the Year Award, who are consistently delivering superior results. We are told that the California Code for Education requires that we address the situation immediately, yet we have received no notice of violation nor demand from the state of California to comply. So it seems as if time is on our side and not working against us. We're also told that the Idea Academy is not including all of the students at the school, yet any child, any student in the district is available and able to apply for the program, and as of this time, no one has been rejected. Students, teachers, and parents who are involved with the Idea Academy wish it to continue. As parents, we have tried to understand, so we did research on the California Educational Code. We could not find any violations, so we sought professional educational advice from outside of the district. We were told that if there is a compliance problem, there are ways of solving it, options to be had. Furthermore, every member of the Idea Academy is ready, willing, and able to expand the program to include more students and to make any sort of adjustments that are required to bring us into compliance.
30
we
seconds.
ask that you hold the uncoring. We ask that you do not make a quick decision that could lead to a program being shut down. We ask that you give us a year to provide a solution that maintains the academy and gets us into compliance if need be. We don't want to see this program ended. Thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration.
David Norden, followed by Megan Zavala.
Congratulations to Sabrina for winning. She's good people, highly intelligent. I'm glad she won. I ran 2, but unfortunately my message did not bode well in Area 2. It was frustrating because my candidate statement cost $1,600. And the people on the avenue had no idea what I was doing there in Area 1. Okay, I ran on building a multi-million-dollar Olympic-sized swimming pool at Harry A. Lyon Park for the Latino, Chumash, and indigenous children who are forced to walk on pathways with contaminated soils to school. Communities of color have been neglected and marginalized for too long. It will have marble tiles, a lifeguard, bleachers, a locker room with heating and air conditioning depending on the season, swimming instructors, and security. On one side of the building, facing the street, I would commission artists to paint a mural depicting the great contributions of the Latino and Chumash cultures. In 2002, the city of Ventura signed an MOV, Memorandum of Understanding, to build a pool. At first, the city of Ventura was going to do it on the cheap. Instead of a $3 million pool, how about $1 million? Finally, they totally reneged on everything and left the VUSD in the lurch. My swimming complex, you would be able to see it from the 101 freeway, and it would make that aquatic center on Kimball Road look third rate. Once again, Sabrina was the right choice. And 2, the communities on the avenue, please don't forget about me. I won't forget about you. That pool will get built, and all we have to do is believe. Thank you.
Up next is Megan Zavala, followed by Elena Pascarella.
I'm here tonight on behalf of some of the other data families, and especially my own. I am at this point begging you guys to table it and just give time. I've heard a little bit from admin backgrounds, but not so much from you guys, really. It kind of sounded, I didn't get a chance to call James and try and get a forefront from you guys. But I mean, you guys are like the grandparents, the people that sit here in reality with all the power. So sometimes to hear that it's on the admin, the school admin, is just kind of passing the buck and not having your own backbone. Because if we did a witch hunt and dug deep enough to find out who exactly brought this to light, who exactly said, hey, this is what needs to be done, it's supposed to be done in September, it hasn't been transparent. I know that some parents have had time and dug deep and fought hard to try and come up with alternatives that haven't been fully heard, that have been shut down. And I've sat at plenty of board meetings, not just at the schools. I have children of every frickin' decade. I've 5 generations deep in this community, one of the first houses in La Conchita. I've gone to school with some of you and your spouses. My dad used to work here, a great aunt. Like, I hold Ventura Unified with high regard, but in the last decade, I'm sorry, you guys have disappointed. You guys need to take some responsibility for the decisions that you get to make. We get to stand here and say our piece, and that's kind of just it. I invite James to go, and my kid doesn't even want to talk to the school rep. She's scared. She's a 6th grader. She's like, oh, there's bullies at school. Well, that's a whole nother story. Anyways, all you guys are doing, in my eyes, is creating a great divide. I would rather at this point, every time you guys make a frickin' quick decision like this without taking the time being completely transparent with full information, not only to the admins below you, but the rest of us. You just make me want to pull my kid out of school. I can do it better if that's the case, you know? So hands up would be like, hey, who wants to join me? And let's create these things that we're fighting for. So you sit here with giant signs right behind you that you want to build supportive relationships. Here's your freaking chance. We demand excellence of ourselves because of our supportive community. Here we are, but not being fully heard. Sure, you'll listen, but how far is it gonna go? So I invite you to table it, put a pin in it, give us time, and actually hear the staff, the students, and then work with the admin. So there you go.
Elena Pascarella, followed by Bronwyn Macro.
Good evening, board members and community members. I'm here to talk about an international issue. And I'm sure you're all aware about the genocide that is happening right now, where over 44,000 people, innocent women, children, elderly, and men have been murdered in Palestine. And why am I talking about it here? That's the question. I don't even know if some of you even know that this law, SB 12777, passed. And it is a law that is putting together the California Teachers Collaborative for the Holocaust and Genocide Education. And why do I care about this? And why am I coming to talk to you about this? I myself am an educator. I have a master's in education and a California teaching credential. But more importantly, I have a son who's at Ventura High School. So this affects his education and what he's learning and what is going to be proposed for him to learn. Now, learning about genocide, it says here, I was looking at the code, that we've had a law since 1985 already talking about the need for Holocaust and genocide education in our schools. And I myself, because of this whole issue coming about, I was really ignorant about what was happening in Palestine. And I'm learning more and more every day, and how it connects to our own culture here in the United States of genocide that was done on the Native American people here in our own country, and the fact that we ignore that. So now we have this new genocide that's been going on for a while, but like I said, I didn't know about it. And so I'm guilty of not knowing about it. And so this is why I'm coming to talk about it, because this organization, the Anti-Defamation League, is trying to get in politically to our schools. And they're trying to have the districts in California pay for teacher training. And in this teacher training, what they're planning to do is to negate the genocide of the Palestinians. And one of the things here that it says is that when we do the education, we're supposed to take in consideration all of the students in the school, not just one over another. So not just Israeli and Holocaust survivors over Palestinian survivors. And we have Palestinian and Arab students in our schools as well. So my question is, I'm asking you to not hire this organization because they are not objective. And maybe we have a commission that talks about what is the genocide that you're teaching, and how do we get parents involved, and see how we can make it so that it is inclusive of everybody who's...
Time is up.
Thank you.
Bronwyn Macro, followed by Zara Russell.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. I actually don't have prepared remarks. I just learned about the changes that are about to come at DATA yesterday, and so I'm wholly uneducated about really what the problem is and what problem needs to be solved and the remedies that are being put forward. What I do understand is that there is a lot of concern that the program, the IDEA Academy there, is going to be unrecognizable at the end if these proposed changes go through. I'm the mother of Charlie, who's an 8th grader who's had the privilege of being in the program for the last 2 years. As I understand it, he's going to be part of the first cohort that's going to fully graduate. He, like the eloquent speakers before me, has a love of learning that has bloomed over the last 2.5 years. And his younger sister, Tess, went to the open house last night and was there with a number of her friends and was so excited to think about joining the program there. I would love to learn more about what the problems are and think creatively along with the teachers, administrators, and the school board on finding a good solution that maintains this wonderful program that should be not only maintained but replicated as much as possible. And so I ask that you sort of pump the brakes on the decision. I think that's a very reasonable ask. Nobody's saying that in the end you can't make your own decisions. Obviously, that's the power that's vested with you. But we'd ask that you be deliberate in that decision-making process. I think the other ask is that you make it a more transparent process. Again, we're just learning about this in the last few days. And it's such a wonderful program. To hear about it at such a late hour is really disappointing. And then the final thing I'll say is I'd like to add my voice to the young women who spoke about the single-use plastics. I agree with them. I think they also spoke very eloquently. Thank you.
Zara Russell, followed by Jessica Rosalek.
Dean Board, parents, everyone that's here. I didn't think I was going to get emotional, but I am. I'm a concerned mother of my son who attends Lemon Grove. I'm a former student of Ventura High School, a part of the Peace Day group that worked with Dr. Linda Holder. I took pride in Ventura Unified School District and how we worked with students and protected them. Unfortunately, my son, Xylo Brown, attended Mound Elementary School where he was bullied by teachers and students. He had a hate for going to school, was afraid to go to school, and wouldn't tell me why. Xylo is a child that also has special needs and special education. We attended Mound and transferred there in hopes of finding a safe place for him to go. As a parent, you go to work knowing that you're dropping your child off at school, that they're safe, they're under good care and management, and there is indirect and direct love given to them by the staff and the students. My son has been bullied consistently, and it's been swept under the rug. I'm made aware of this as my child is in my car crying, "Why does my life have to be this way?" He's 9 years old. He loves, he's peaceful, he tries to do the right thing. He's told not to fight back. I tell him to defend himself, as he should. The school, my son was victimized by a student separate from the other bullying occasions where he was assaulted in the bathroom. There was a paraeducator that did nothing but accost my child when he did try to protect himself by headbutting the child to keep his head out of a toilet. 4 days later, after I make this known, my child is kicked in the head on purpose by the same student. Nothing was done. My son said that he was unconscious for a short minute, walked back to class. There was no communication from the yard duty staff. There was no communication to the principal until I addressed it, and there was no communication to his teacher. My son was not given immediate first aid attention, and how I found out was that I received a note at 8 p.m. when I picked him up after a play date. There was no phone call. Other head injuries happen. I get a phone call for a ball. A kick to my son's frontal lobe should have equivalated to a phone call. That's very disheartening and upsetting because I don't know what additional harm that can cause. I'm not the only parent that is doing this and going through this, but they're afraid to speak up because the schools do not have a system set up to coordinate communication with the yard duty, to the teachers, to the principal. Dr. Martinez does a wonderful job caring for her students. She does not have the tools that she needs. I am respectfully requesting that a new infrastructure be put in place. I am willing to be a part of that coalition to get things moving because we do not need a child fatality. As you know, it gets younger and younger. These children are committing suicide. Their self-esteem is lower and lower. I do not want to see anyone's child on the news. I definitely do not want to see my child on the news. Thank you for your time. Please allow your consideration, and let's do something about this immediately. Thank you.
Can you also leave your contact, Ms. Russell? Ms. Russell, can you also leave your contact information for us, please? Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Russell. Sorry, I'll just wait a second while you're talking. Ms. Russell?
Yes.
I'm over here. Just want to let you know I'll be reaching out to you immediately. Thank you. And we have your contact information in our system. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica Rosalek, followed by Bill Heidman.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the incredible things that have been going on at Data Middle School and that we hope will continue. My name is Jessica Rosalek. I'm a parent of 2 children in the Ventura Unified School District. I have an 8th grader at Data, as well as a very hopeful 5th grader, looking forward to his turn at Data next year. I first want to express my deep gratitude for the teachers, administrators, and staff at Data and the IDEA Academy in particular for all that it has offered my 8th grader over these last 3 years. I have never before heard of a middle schooler who actually looked forward to coming to school every single day, who consistently spoke so positively of his learning experience, and who has been given the wealth of learning opportunities that my son Jonathan has and his peers. Even more impressive is the fact that this is not an isolated experience for Jonathan. I've heard the same report from every other Data parent and student I've spoken with during our time there. We've heard from some of them tonight. This is truly a special place and a special program. It is because of our love for and belief in the amazing and unique things currently happening at Data that I'm very concerned about the coming and proposed changes to the school and program. I urge you to consider putting a hold on all changes for next year, including the block schedule, as well as uncoring and doing away with cohorts. This would give parents, teachers, school board members, and administrators an opportunity to develop a viable, informed, and inclusive solution. The time frame in which all these decisions are being made feels unnecessarily urgent and rushed. Slowing down to allow time for thoughtful consideration consistently leads to better outcomes for all. This would also honor the promises that have been made to current 6th and 7th graders and their families, and this would allow for accurate messaging to those families like my own, currently applying or considering applying to Data via School of Choice. Asking families to apply for School of Choice without yet having a clear understanding of the most fundamental aspects of a school's program is unreasonable and unfair. Allowing more time for both decision-making and communication is best for everyone involved. The wealth and diversity of options that are available to students and families through Ventura Unified School of Choice is wonderful. And I know families at every middle school in the district who have chosen that specific program because of what it offers. Stripping some of the uniqueness of the program at Data and making it more of a traditional school experience does not benefit our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Bill Heidman, followed by Ivy Gullickson.
Hello, my name is Bill Hickman. I have 2 daughters at De Anza Middle School. I was also surprised about the notice that came out about last week about the proposed changes. So I support the idea to pause and get more community input, please. But I'm mainly here tonight on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation. If you're not familiar with the Surfrider Foundation, we're an environmental organization dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of the world's ocean, waves, and beaches. We're a nationwide organization with a local chapter here in Ventura. At the end of the day, we're all about clean water, healthy beaches, and make sure everyone has access to enjoy them. I believe we do more beach cleanups than any other organization throughout the country, and overwhelmingly the top items that we find at our beach cleanups are plastic-based. mainly single-use plastics. So it's not only a blight to our community, it impacts wildlife that we love, and we're learning quickly about impacts to human health as well. So I'm mainly here to support Beatrice and her classmates on their proposal to help find ways to use less plastics, specifically single-use plastics. It's really an evolving environmental crisis along with climate change, so we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Ivy Gullickson, followed by Heather Lacayo.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I just want to say I'm heartbroken to hear of the violence, the violence and racism being perpetrated in our schools. I'm hopeful that will be addressed appropriately. I'm also here to echo Jim's comments on how we teach about genocide in our classrooms, because I really don't think there's any topic more important. And unfortunately, the current collaborative, the Holocaust and Genocide Education Collaborative, it's bastardizing what this curriculum needs to be about. The whole point of teaching about genocide is to prevent genocide. The whole point of teaching history is so that we actually learn the lessons of history. And when it comes to a genocide as severe as the Holocaust, I learned in school that never again means never again for anyone. And yet today we are watching a genocide unfold in front of our eyes on our screens that are paid for by our tax dollars. And now, as this collaborative would have it, we're going to teach in schools that this genocide is okay because a different genocide justifies this genocide. Well, I don't know about you all, but when I was in school, we were taught that nothing justifies genocide. When the Hutu turned around and genocided the Tutsi, that wasn't okay because the Tutsi had genocided the Hutu. Genocide is not okay. So that is really the bottom line here that I want to bring forward to you. And this letter that Jim wrote, this letter that Jim read, is signed by over 400 people and counting. This is the letter to California educators and stakeholders to reject the ADL collaborative on genocide education and to not have genocide denial. Because how can we prevent a genocide if when a genocide is unfolding before our eyes, we don't acknowledge what a genocide is? A genocide is when 500,000 people are being intentionally starved in an entirely man-made famine. That is genocide. When we have tens of thousands of children slaughtered with 15,000 2,000-pound bombs provided by the United States, that's a genocide. This is not a matter of human shields when we're talking about an area smaller than my hometown of Los Angeles and more densely populated than New York City. We are talking about doctors in Gaza who have said that hundreds and hundreds of children have presented with gunshot wounds to the chest and head. Sniped, children being sniped. This is genocide, and we need it to not happen ever again.
Time is up. Heather Lacayo, followed by Susan Henson.
Hi. My time started yet. Hi, I'm Heather Lacayo. I'm really sorry. I'm not really super prepared. I have had a very long day and just came directly from a school site council meeting, and prior to that, a bylaws discussion meeting, because we were trying to make sure that we have everything in alignment for our voting that is coming forth. You've heard from a lot of data families. You heard from me back in September 10th to be exact. I wrote a letter to the school board, to all of the members, and forwarded it to a lot of people because I had heard about the pending changes, and I was very concerned about how it was going to affect our students and all of the families that are affected. And that's actually every student at Data is going to be affected by the change in coring, uncoring, and unblocking and all of these things that are going on. In September 12th, I was voted in as chair. to the school site council, and by the end of September, a decision had been made to uncore. There was no discussion, there was no information sent out, and it was jarring, to be honest with you, that it happened and that there was no possibility for any discussion, and it was an administrative decision, and that was end of story. Leading up to last Thursday's meeting, and that meeting, our October meeting was pretty small because people hadn't heard what happened. By last Thursday, we had 50 some odd people who attended our school site council meeting, both online and in person. We had 17 some odd people standing up to speak. We had to extend our time. We added another meeting tonight. We did not vote last week. We felt that there needs to be a lot more discussion. There needs to be a lot more communication with families. People are really, really angry, and they're feeling like I felt back in September when I first found out about it. Confused, upset. What can we do? We're moving really fast on something that people have not had time to process. Families are very upset. There was a woman tonight who spoke, which was very interesting because I know you're hearing from a lot of IDEA families. A woman who spoke tonight who was an EL learner. She went through our school system, and she said that the block schedule was so important because it gave teachers a chance to listen and to get to know their students better, and that her student is not a part of the IDEA Academy, but that she is really concerned about what's happening. And now I'm going to paraphrase, and I don't remember everything that she said, but it got me emotional because that was somebody. We have a lot of people talking about the IDEA Academy, and absolutely it is why my family is at DADA to begin with, but now I have found a new family, and it is everybody there. So please, please, please slow down this roll because it is just causing a lot of angst, a lot of upset, and we did not vote again tonight. We've bumped our meeting. We know School of Choice is the 2nd. We have another meeting on the 26th, and we hope that you help us to slow this roll. Thank you.
Our last general public comment is Susan Henson. We do have a couple for agendized items.
I feel very special. I apologize to anybody else that's made a public comment that is not here for the data bell schedule. We don't want to overshadow any of your voices. We've heard a lot, obviously, about data and concerns regarding the changes made recently and those proposed. At the Data School Site Council meeting last week and tonight, I shared many benefits of block schedule for a wide range of learners, not just the IDEA Academy, because we keep hearing IDEA Academy. So I just want to be clear about benefits for all learners. As a board-certified behavior analyst, I've worked in schools and school districts across states with many, many people with organizations, and I've taught trainings and workshops about effective teaching methods. I'm happy to share information or work collaboratively with those involved. When I have reached out to school site administration, Ms. Cruz and Mr. Gonzalez particularly have been welcoming with answering questions and been really easy to talk to over the years, and that continued to happen a couple weeks ago when I called. Ms. Ortiz is new. I haven't had the opportunity to have many interactions with her, but I don't want to, me not mentioning her, I didn't want to call her that to imply that I look forward to talking more with her. My husband and I have taught our children that when something doesn't go your way, it's important to learn about it and either adapt or look for solutions, work with people toward goals, not complain and demand. When trying to do that, it sounds like a lot of parents are trying to work collaboratively or trying to find out more information. In the last couple of weeks, we have heard, sorry, that's done. That's not your role. We're figuring this out ourselves. Don't worry about it. That's only going to piss people off. So people are going to ask more questions and fight harder. The more time we spend on the front end answering questions, giving that origin story, if you will, that superhero origin story, the much more likely I think people are willing to work on our end, work with you, and be patient and more understanding. So I'm hoping that we can work collaboratively. I know I'm excited to hopefully work collaboratively with people and talk more about this. Thank you for listening. One last thing. I've really enjoyed being part of this school district. I've been, Gina knows, super active at some of our sites. So I'm really excited about it. It's really difficult to talk about expanding the IDEA Academy. I know the district has said we really want to expand it. It's really difficult to do that with some of these changes that are being proposed. And if some of these changes go through, I know that my family, with it being school of choice time, my family is considering outside the school district and outside other areas as well, just because of everything going on. And I know I'm not the only one. So I hope that's not the case. We really are happy here, and we hope that we can all work together. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you all for your public comments. We will be talking to the superintendent about them, and thank you for being here. At this time, student board members, you're welcome to leave if you have homework or other things you need to do, and you're welcome to stay as well. But thank you for being here. What's that?
Okay, can we take our break now?
Okay. We're going to take a short break right now and be back in just a minute.
How long?
Mrs. Russell?
10 minutes.
Vase.
Thank you. We're coming back from our break, so we appreciate the indulgence. We've just finished with public comments, and earlier in the evening we were asked to move up item 15B to this point. So, Dr. Castro.
Dr. Dannenberg, if we can delay that just real quickly, because we do have the action item on the request for approval for proposed changes, deletions, and additions to the board policies, and then we will fast forward to that.
Okay, sounds good. So, action item 1, a request for approval of proposed changes and deletions and additions to board policies related to educational services, human resources, business services, and delineation of BP 0470 COVID-19 mitigation plan. This is a first read, but we can entertain approval now if the board so wishes.
I had some questions.
Okay.
And I shared these with staff, but my first question was on the issue of a second meal. There's an echo. Do you know? Okay. So I had asked, like, if there was a reason why, if we get a lot of requests for that second meal, and if you could provide the explanation, because it was a little confusing.
Yes. So we get reimbursed for our child nutrition for 1 breakfast, 1 lunch per student. And so this policy, which, by the way, the language in here is nothing new. I think it's just bringing it up to date with current language that's the most recent board approved. But this has been a practice for our district since history, that if a student would like to purchase an additional meal after being provided with the free breakfast, the free lunch, then they can do so. And so that's up to the student and the child, but it would provide them an opportunity to purchase a meal from us.
And I think Dr. Castro explained that sometimes, like, kids get a free breakfast when they come before school, and then at recess or nutrition break, they might be hungry and want to get something else. But then, because they've had the free breakfast, then at that point, if they want to get something, they buy it, and then they can get the free lunch again. So I appreciated the clarification, because I was like, do we have a lot of kids who want a second lunch, like right after they had their first lunch? But it sounds more like it's a timing issue.
It's a timing issue, and then it's really up to the student. I mean, if, it depends. Like, if they're, say, a football player is, athletic, maybe they get hungry in the meantime before lunch, and so this would provide them the opportunity to purchase another meal. Mm-hmm.
Follow-up services? If we think as a student is not doing it because they're a football player, but just because they're not getting enough to eat at home, and maybe we can point them in directions to resources that can help them with that. Is there any follow-up process?
I believe our child nutrition director does have a list of those families and needs of those services, and they are able to provide additional resources outside the school district. But based on what our policies and procedures are and what we can and can't do, we're only allowed to do 1 lunch and 1 breakfast.
Yeah, but I was saying, is that a triggering mechanism? Like, I know we might have a list already that maybe a parent come and shared, but let's just say we get a new student. That was his first day, and then after lunch he says, "Hey, I'm hungry. Can I have another meal?" Does that trigger anything? Does that trigger for the person to put them on the list or to talk to the parent? Or
well, I don't know if it triggers any additional programmatic needs to pass them along to like social services or any additional, but as the student comes in, we are already identified based on their applications that they fill out and just their household income information. So, and then some of the information comes from the state, like low income information that comes directly certified through the state to us. So we are already identifying those students that fall in that category, but I'm not sure about the wraparound support services that they would be, sent to another service.
Yeah, Dr. Mirza, thank you. I think you're asking a slightly different question. It sounds like you're good with the policy. You're asking about what are some other practices that come up. Dr. Bayless, can you share, and then I can add if you don't cover it.
And before you answer, I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking is because we've been doing it for a long time, right? So we have a policy about it, which meant it was an issue before, right? We don't really just create policies just because out of the wind. I mean, something happened, and we said we need a policy for it. And I'm just wondering, you know, if it's an issue that we don't know about, does it happen all the time? Should there be something else that we do when that does happen? So that's my reason for asking the question. I'm fine with having the policy, but the policy came about because something happened. 50 kids were asking for extra meals, you know, whatever it was. And I'm just wondering if something like that happens, is there something in place that we can support that child if need be?
I was going to respond that we don't have an automatic mechanism. There is no trigger. However, I know that in several cases, even in this past year, nutrition services personnel has reached out to administration to let them know and to try to find out if a student needs additional support. But there's no automatic mechanism. That's something that we can think about and look into. But I wanted to make sure that I answered that.
And my last comment was, you know, believe it or not, I just came, not believe it or not that I just came from a conference, but believe it or not, there's parents who, when we ask them to fill out forms, sometimes they're embarrassed to fill out the form. So sometimes we have families that are in need, and sometimes when we rely just on the paperwork, it doesn't transcend to what's actually happening because that parent might not have been truthful, you know, off of embarrassment or whatever it is. And so this might be another way that we can kind of figure out people that are kind of going under the radar that might need help.
Yeah, Trustee Peterson, thank you for bringing that. I was just going to add anecdotally, thinking back to my time at a site, you're right. Like a lot of this was observing the students, hearing the conversations between teachers, counselors, our food and nutrition staff, and then engaging families, because sometimes there are things that are going on that often the student doesn't feel comfortable speaking to. So that we would absolutely use those catalysts as invitations when we recognize that there's a pattern.
Any additional questions on these policies?
Yes. And I'm sorry, I can't find the policy number right now, but one of the policies addressed cannabis testing and use, and I'm scrolling and I'm not finding it, so if you could. And my question is that this new policy would prohibit, here we go. Unless otherwise provided by law, the district may not discriminate against a person in hiring based on their use of cannabis off the job and away from the workplace. And so I specifically asked Dr. Castro because the Department of Transportation has very clear guidelines around our bus drivers, and so I wanted to understand better if there were any conflicts between those.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, for giving us the opportunity to share this with the public. I'll go first to Andre and then Hassan for anything.
Yes, correct. Our bus drivers are considered safety-sensitive transportation employees and are required to be a part of the Department of Transportation's drug and alcohol testing program. All bus drivers are required to go through a pre-employment drug test. And then during the duration of their employment as a driver, they are required to participate in the random drug and alcohol testing. So this does not supersede what's required of the DOT.
So my question then is, because this doesn't specifically say anything about there being employees to whom this does not apply, is there more work we need to do on this to clarify that? Or, I mean, I know these come from CSBA, so I just kind of wanted to understand the interplay of the two of them.
So our understanding on the HR personnel side, and Dr. Mears, if you can add to this, is that the implications in the hiring process that we have to be able to honor this, and I couldn't speak exactly to where in the nuanced portion of the hiring where this would show up where it already isn't, because I think that's the question.
I believe the implication is you can't hold it against the individual when it comes to hiring the employee, but once they're hired, now you have to abide by the Department of Transportation's rules and regulations, and if placement of your employment is based on having that licensure, you know, being able to drive a bus, then that would supersede, and it's a federal requirement. So yeah, so I think this specific policy is intentionally just speaking on the process of not holding it against somebody when looking at hiring them.
Well,
I
so
would say,
I'll just share
yeah.
broadly, but I think the key takeaway is we'll take a look at the job descriptions, right? That's the first part. But I think part of this would fall under that non-discrimination portion of the hiring, and that's pretty standard language in almost all, I'm going to say almost all of our hiring. But then we can see what that nuance of connection. Gina, is there anything that you have to add? Okay. Okay.
I would say what this is saying is we can't discriminate them before they are hired, but once they're hired, they fall under this other set of rules that if they continue to use, then they would lose probably their license to drive.
It's the same with delivery drivers.
So,
Okay, as long as we're clear.
If I may, it also, think about it with regard to alcohol. Alcohol's legal. You can have a drink outside of working hours on the weekend, but you cannot show up to work under the influence. It's the same type of thing. Cannabis is legal. You cannot discriminate against someone for using cannabis outside of the work. But if someone shows up under the influence, that's a problem. And then you have the added DOT requirements that and the DOT requirements, they do the alcohol, they do the testing during work time, during the time that they're at work, right? Yeah. So they're not trying to detect whether or not you're using it outside of work time. They're trying to determine whether or not you're using it during the workday.
Cost to those, and I know that many of our sports, many of our programs fundraise to pay for graduation cords, trophies, medals. So are we including all of those things? And then if so, I mean, I guess two things. If so, great, but what's it going to cost? If not, why are we not? And then what's it going to cost, right?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll start, and then Dr. Balos, I'll hand it off to you for the more technical portion. So what this change in policy stipulates is the board can, right? The board can designate those awards. Right now, the board recognizes a variety of awards. Some of them the district pays for, others they don't. What this policy stipulates is that the board can designate specific awards, but if they do that, then the board has to designate a budget, and then there's some other description around until what time, until what points. Dr. Balos, can you share the information about the?
Sorry, can I
yeah.
just want to address what you said, because the second paragraph says, before it gets to can and all that, no fee or other cost shall be charged to any student in relation to any requirements in qualifying or receiving any district achievement awards. And that is not qualified by can or should, which comes later, right? So that blanket thing to me reads that any award our district, whether that's at a site or a program or the district office, awards for a student, there will be no charge for it.
Yes, I agree with that. Okay.
I was just going to echo what you'd mentioned, that the education code that's referenced, 44015 there, says the governing board of a school district may make awards. It is, I agree with you, though, it is somewhat confusing. So if a district were to make those awards, there would have to be a budget associated with it. So it's not a shall, but a may. But you're right, it's not clear in the policy language.
And the other thing, too, just as we get into the nuances of it, there could be some distinctions, and we'll get into it, between when, like for a moment ago, Trustee Rodriguez, you were talking about there are awards that are given that are at the school. Is that a district award, or is that a school-based award? Because there are awards that are given on behalf of the district and recognitions that are given on behalf of the district versus those that are given all the way down through the youngest children. So that, I think, again, there are opportunities for the district to say these are district awards, but Dr. Bayless, anything you want to add there?
We have several district awards like our biliteracy seal that are all issued by the district at no cost to the students. And that typically comes out of our ed services budget.
And the school sites have,
yeah.
the school sites use their site funds to print out and buy trophies and plaques and awards. And so they're allocated a budget every year that includes for awards.
I will just tell you it as a parent. I definitely have contributed to fundraisers that result in an end of the year banquet awards for kids. So I don't know that the average parent makes a distinction between an award that's being given by the district or award that's being given by one of our staff members at a banquet for track, right? And so my own 2 cents on this is I agree with it. Like, I'm not opposed to this policy change, but I do think before we adopt a policy that, in my opinion, could have significant financial ramifications, I would like to know what this is going to cost.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that the easiest way of looking at it would be that it won't cost any more than it's currently costing until the board, if they were to do an evaluation of all awards. And that would include, for example, you talked about some of the costs that are incurred by students and families, so by booster organizations. So the board could, if they wanted to, weigh into that. Do we want to preclude any organization from offering an award unless it's paid for by the district? Any award of any kind. And that's what this policy positions the board to be able to do, to be able to wade in that deep if they wanted to, which is to say, well, here's the designated budget for those awards all the way down to preschool. There's some specificity about what happens until we run out of funding, but this is a district designated award. Therefore, there is a budget set aside, and that budget will be utilized for those purposes. But it doesn't say that that has to be the case.
You want to bring it back?
Yeah, I say we probably bring it back because we're going to change some wording, right?
Right now, we're not planning to change any wording because it's permissive in that the board we could have a conference item. So let's say prospectively, you approve the policy, but we didn't bring a conference item back. Everything would continue as it is. The board, if they wanted to kind of exercise some more authority around district-wide awards, we would then designate what are those district-wide awards. We could do an evaluation of to what degree are those district-wide awards present, what are the costs associated with those district-wide awards that the board has stipulated, and then that would be a part of that conference item. And then we could determine to what degree those district-wide awards are or are not paid for using district-wide funds. That's one possible scenario.
So what is the pleasure of the board? Bring it back or move approval now?
I guess I'm confused. I thought the language was ambiguous. Is that what we were saying, change the language? And I thought we agreed that the way you read it could be taken different ways. So I thought in that we would change that and then bring it back to, or did I misunderstand?
Well, I think the fact that we're unclear right now, we can always just bring it back and have a bigger discussion on it. What I wanted to be clear about is even if we change some of the words, or we have a better discussion, or we have a little bit more time set aside to understand the implications, even then, as you get into the ed code on it, it still isn't going to obligate the board to do one thing or another until the board makes a decision about which of those awards are kind of, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, like a district-sponsored award.
I guess I would really love Anthony or somebody else to look at this, because what I see is district/school awards, and then it lists a bunch of awards, and it says the board shall establish a budget for this purpose, right? It doesn't say district-designated awards. It says district/school awards, which school awards includes a whole host of things that this board does not currently wade into, right? But I feel like if we adopt this language as it is, we're sort of being pulled in that direction, which if that's what we decide to do, great, but like, then let's know what it's going to cost us.
Well, I guess I'm getting consensus that we're going to pull this and have it come back. Yep. Correct? Okay. So we'll pull this one and have it come back.
Okay. Just before we go, though, I just want to be clear on there's a distinction between the board policy and the referenced ed code. So whether we adopt the policy as it is or adopt an amended version, which of course we'll do, right? That's not the issue. I just want to give some specificity about the underlying ed code, so that the ed code that's referenced in the policy, which is the 44015, reads like this, this section of it. The governing board of a school district may make awards to pupils for excellence when awards program is established in a school district pursuant to this section. The governing board shall budget funds for this purpose, but may authorize awards from funds under its control whether or not budgeted funds have been provided or the funds budgeted are exhausted.
No, I understood that part. What I was saying is, if someone reads it, they might interpret it the way Sabrina reads it. Not that we don't understand that it's, if we decide to create an award, we have to create a budget. Like, I think we understand that part. We just want it to be, when we vote on it to approve it, we want it to read so that if any lay person reads it, they can understand that it's not a school award. It's the actual, if the board comes up with an award, that we have to do this.
I appreciate that clarity, and that's why I wanted to double check that that underlying piece would still be reflective in any of the policy language that was brought forward. That's great. Thank you.
And I will move approval of all of the policies minus policy 5126.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on, we are going to table action items 2, 3, 4, and 5, so the board can have some more time for discussion on those issues. And now we'll move to 15B. Dr. Castro.
Okay, Marianne, can you bring up the presentation we've moved forward? Yeah. Okay, and I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Bellis.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Board, this is a return to an item that came before you at a prior meeting, and based on that discussion, there were a few questions and issues that were raised that we're going to try to address here, and I appreciate that the team is behind me. I appreciate Thomas Schaefer from Healthy Campus being here, along with the Ed Services team, who will be working and has been working to prepare for the implementation of the fee schedule. So my hope is that this is helpful in preparation for the contract with Healthy Campus that's coming before you in a later agenda item, but also to continue to flesh out our thinking and our belief about how the fee schedule and implementing the fee schedule can help us get to a place of sustainability for our counseling and mental health services. And also, a key underpinning here is that this is an expansion of a program and a set of services that we're already providing to students and their families. So this is not necessarily a purely new initiative. It's an expansion of something that is currently happening that allows us to bill for things that we have traditionally always done, and we're running out of funds to do based on the sunsetting of our wellness grants and our COVID-era funds. So next slide, please. The first few slides here are going to be revisits from the original PowerPoint from the last board meeting. So this is just for the purposes of keeping the public informed and for refreshing everyone's memory. The multi-payer fee schedule is a state initiative that allows school districts to bill for services that traditionally they have provided to students and families and paid for themselves and not been able to recover any costs. And school districts can only be a part of this fee schedule and can only implement the fee schedule and can only recover funds if they're a part of one of the state cohorts. And we applied to be a part of one of those state cohorts, and we were admitted based on our readiness to implement the fee schedule. Next slide. In addition, and I'll touch on this in a little bit, we applied to receive grant funding for an infrastructure grant, and that's the School Link Partnership and Capacity Grant that gave schools who were ready but needed a boost, districts that were ready to implement the fee schedule but needed a boost to get there in terms of their infrastructure, their digital infrastructure, data infrastructure, medical records, all those kinds of things to get there. And that's what the contract is for, is that the use of those grant funds to help us get to a place where we can implement the fee schedule, recover funds, and have sustainable funding for counseling and mental health services. So, next slide, please. And this is the last and the first set of slides that you've seen before. Obviously, this is from Healthy Campus, and that gap between what we are currently doing, again, it's something we are billing. We have consent for billing. We have consent for services. We are working. We provide families with services, and we bill. But this is an expansion of that, and it's a significant expansion because now we're billing private insurance companies. We're billing for services far the same services, but more numerous services, and so. That's the gap that Healthy Campus, we're recommending a partnership with them to fill so that we can do this work at pace with efficiency and with data security and with confidence with a partner who's been down this road and has done it well, and that we can have give the assurance to our community that this expansion is built on a partnership with a company that has been down this road and been successful in this area. So next slide, Marianne, please. The contract that's coming before you is completely grant funds. So I want to outline some key elements of the contract. So first of all, it's the School-Linked Partnership and Capacity Grant we applied for and we won. It's not been allocated to us yet, but it's essentially pending approval of our plan that we submitted to the state. And the grant required that we submit a plan for how we're going to spend this money to fulfill the requirements of implementing the fee schedule. And we did this earlier in the month. So the total amount of the contract is essentially equal to the amount of the grant that we've received. And it's a 5-year term. And what that will do is it will establish platform setup and customization for our needs, and that platform is the Healthy Campus platform, and I'll show you a few screenshots of that a little bit later. And that platform, again, is a high data security, digital security platform that is separate from ours to house all the sensitive medical records and insurance information, et cetera. That, again, is the highest data security in all of data security land out there. And I'm forgetting what it's called. I'm going to guess. Is it FedRAMP? Yeah. All right. Gold star for me. Second, what Healthy Campus will do for us through this contract is provide comprehensive platform training and support. We had an initial preliminary demonstration of the platform yesterday for our counselors, voluntary counselors and clinicians, and it was extremely well received. And I really appreciate Katie McCarroll and Thomas Schaefer for setting that up. And I'll return to that in an upcoming slide. Healthy Campus would support our community outreach plan, and that's a communication plan that obviously would be done in conjunction with Marianne Quiros and the district. These are town hall meetings, these are outreaches, these are informational letters, these are coffees in the morning with parents, these are meetings with Healthy Campus at our side as we're meeting with parents in PTAs, et cetera. The collection and verification of family insurance information as a part of the process. And again, I think it's important to note here, if a family doesn't want to provide that insurance information so that we can bill as a part of the state-sponsored fee schedule, the family doesn't need to provide it. But it's part of the outreach to collect as much as possible to build trust with the community, so we have as much insurance information as possible so that we can bill as much as possible and get recovery of funds, again, so that we can sustain these services that are scheduled to be in peril based on the loss of grant funds and COVID funds coming up. And that, if you'll recall, the Schoolhouse Rock cartoon from the last time, the claim dispute resolution, Healthy Campus handles the entire process for when claims are disputed at the insurance level and gets them to towards a high rate of completion. So again, we get as much money back as possible so that we can continue to provide these valuable services to students. So a couple of quick notes about the contract. After that 5-year period, there's a platform maintenance fee, $36,000 a year. And in addition, throughout the 5 years and ongoing, Healthy Campus takes 10% of every claim. So that's the structure of the contract. That's not the entire structure, but those are the key takeaways. So I can answer questions about that. I know that legal counsel and Asan are well versed on the contract as well, and we can pause if you have questions about it, or we can touch on anything you have questions about at the end.
A board question?
Yeah, I have a question. So it reads, Healthy Campus will take 10% of every claim during the 5-year period and thereafter. Do they have other contracts where they don't do it or something? I don't understand why they I don't understand for the parentheses of saying 5 years and thereafter. Was there a choice?
No, I don't think so. I just was trying to make clear that 10%, unlike what was in A above it, doesn't kick in at a certain time. That is during the initial 5-year period of time where the $1.9 million are expended for the setup, and then ongoing in perpetuity in the future, that is applied as well.
I have a kind of follow-up question on that, unless you... So is it 10% of the initial claim amount or 10% of what's recovered? Because those can often be
great question,
very
sorry.
different.
Of the recovered claim amount.
And then my second question is, it's a 5-year contract. How long has Healthy Campus been doing this type of work?
You know, Thomas, would you like to come up to the microphone and speak to that?
Healthy Campus has worked in a number of different, good to see everyone, first of all. Good evening, thank you for having me here. Healthy Campus works in a number of different industries. I think we talked about last time our contract under the Department of Defense, and through that contract with the VA, we secured the FedRAMP High certification. FedRAMP has a few tiers, FedRAMP low, medium, and high. High is the highest. More people have walked on the moon than organizations that have achieved a FedRAMP High certification. So it's very, very prestigious, very high security, deals with military records and officer records, including their PHI, personal health information, so forth, information that if compromised would present a national security risk. So Ventura Unified can affirm to its constituents, to its community, that your records are highly, highly secure. With regard to that work began in 2017, and the creation of those claims in the military context, and then fast forward in conjunction with the largest retailer in the United States, we had a contract under Operation Warp Speed to build out a delivery platform for home health care. In education, we became prevalent in 2020, doing a lot of work during the pandemic, putting resources throughout 26 states. Here in California, about 20% of school districts depended on us during that time. To date in California, we have billed 2.5 million Medi-Cal claims and north of 10 million commercial insurance claims, for a total of north of 12.5 million claims for student-based services in the state. That puts us above everyone else that I've heard of in terms of claims submitted in a multi-payer dynamic, Medi-Cal plus commercial. So we have a depth of experience in that regard that exceeds those that I've seen in the industry.
So one of my concerns is it's a 5-year contract. And so then what happens if at year 2 we're unhappy?
In terms of the details, Hassan, Anthony, can you speak to that?
I think there are some milestones and deliverables at each interval period of the contract, and we were able to put some language in there holding Healthy Campus accountable and giving the district an opportunity to bring forth the issues we have with them and potentially leaving.
Exactly what Hassan said. We were able to work with Healthy Campus to make some revisions to the initial contract that allowed for those for that very concern to be addressed. So if they're not providing what they're supposed to be providing, or we're unhappy, there is a mechanism for us to address that.
Yeah, because I mean, well, you always hope that these things work beautifully, right? This is completely new for us, and 5 years is an eternity in software terms. So making sure that we not only have the kind of support that we want when branching out into this whole new thing, but that it sustains itself and continues to get better over those 5 years, I think is really important, right? Because ideally, this program is just going to grow. Anyway.
Have we piloted this program at any of our sites or with us at all? Have we attempted to use this for a year, or
no? There's really no piloting there's no piloting process that I'm aware of with the cohort. We're part of a state cohort that has timelines, and now with this SchoolLink Partnership Capacity Grant, there are timelines for implementation. It's just not a piloting environment.
So it's kind of like we just have to go for it. At 5 years is going to be kind of that trial period, I guess, for $2 million.
Yeah, I hear the concern. What I'll offer is that we're a part of cohort 2. There are lots of districts. The county is involved in that same cohort, and there are other districts applying to be a part of cohort 3. This is not a perfectly well-worn path. It is new. But it is something, and Healthy Campus is partnering with other LEAs in our county, with our county, and so we feel like we're in good company to take this to the board with confidence.
My last question was also going to be on the technology aspect of it, because let's say in 2 years and someone comes with AI and says, hey, I'll just take 2% because my AI will do it automatically, give me the insurance number, AI will take care of it. So my concern with the 5 years is if someone comes out with something that does the same thing at 8% cheaper, that we do have a mechanism to say, hey, listen, either match this or we need to go somewhere else, because with something like this, it's only a matter of time before someone figure out a way for AI to automate it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I would offer that the return on investment is not the only consideration here. And my next slide, actually, if you don't mind going to it, Marianne, and this is something that, Thomas, you just mentioned, and I think the fact that you led with this at your first opportunity at the microphone is really key, and I want to highlight this, that what we are also paying for is the highest level of data security that you can have. And I think that that's really critical for us, given that we are asking something new of our families, not new for the district. We already provide these services. We have consent to buildings in limited situations in IEP and special education, but we're asking a broader community to have that trust in us. And I think that this is a critical, not just box to check or not just talking point, but this district has been involved in cases where there's been data breaches. They're no fun. We don't want any part of that, and especially given the sensitivity of this information, this is worth that that rate of payment to Healthy Campus, which I believe, by the way, is somewhat industry standard in our review of other competitors. So I'll just offer that for the board's consideration. We can move to the next slide. I think you've seen this slide before as well. I think it just summarizes again. Thomas, I'm not sure, this might be an opportunity for you to highlight anything that you feel like we're missing about the contract or about our proposed partnership. I'll touch on a few additional things, but no pressure.
Sure. Yeah, I can always talk. So I will say, Healthy Campus has 100 school district contracts in California. We work with 34% of all cohort, 3 now approved applications. That was the most recent one. Market share is growing. A lot of counties have vetted this and contracted with us, many, many more school districts and so forth. So being in good company is important, obviously, in the educational community. The ability to pull information in for transient students coming within the county into your district, given that Ventura County is contracting with us as well, is another important point. Tapping into resources in the community that are shared across the county is leveraged as a result of that county partnership as well. But yes, security, efficiency, and process, offloading comprehensive administrative supports to us so that your people can focus on face-to-face services with kids is the most important component, I think. Your legal team, I can't remember the firm name, but they did a nice job. They did redline quite a bit, and to the point of having the ability to cure, they included that as a result of protecting you. A lot of districts don't do that, so you hired good people, and they did a good job, and we had to make some concessions, and so they fought well, I think, in getting this to the point where it protects the district. So.
Dr. Leras, I think we have some more questions before you move on. Sure.
So we received 2 questions from the advocacy coordinator for Autism Society, and I just wanted to share those with you. I think you've already addressed them, but because they were sent to us, I wanted to make sure to share them. While we can appreciate the district's contracting with an esteemed tech company to protect data, the contract does lay out part of a process for a data breach confirming the possibility is real. For students with disabilities, a data breach can have dire consequences through the child's entire life. In a world where insurance requirements and pre-existing conditions are at stake, what you bill for really matters. So how will the district protect VUSD students from those data breaches? And additionally, it's important to acknowledge that mental health issues for a minor may be transient, but due to this policy, it could become part of a child's permanent medical record. How will the district mitigate those risks of outing a child to their provider or parents or caretakers? And how will the district ensure safe spaces like wellness centers and counselor centers remain safe for students who are concerned about their information not remaining private within the 4 walls?
I can't overstate how critical that question is. My own children will be a part of this process, as will many of ours. The best we can do, and I think Thomas was very honest in our last meeting saying there's nobody that can guarantee complete security and complete protection from data breach. And anyone who does, you need to put your hand on your wallet and run the opposite direction. However, the best we can do is choose a partner that provides the highest industry standard, recognizable level of security possible. They're the only ones who have that, and that's how I would look all of my friends in the eye at the next time I see them and they ask me about this. That's how I would treat any parent who approached me on this issue. It's not and to the extent that it's not something that we will ever house. We have our own data security. I know that Thomas is here, and we're doing our best to even increase our own data security protocols, but this is a level that it exceeds us. We could never replicate this on our own, and I think, Thomas, you could probably speak to the level of work and scrutiny and effort that was required of your company in order to get that FedRAMP high certification. So I'll just say that that's our best tangible demonstration of how much we are taking that point seriously.
Another question. Sorry, I just wanted to give you time to answer, which I think is also something that I had questions about last time. We're concerned about access. If parents do not consent or students do not have private health insurance, will they still have access to all of these services, which is something we talked about last time? And then if a student receives, say, speech therapy at school and speech therapy through their private insurance, will the private insurance still fund both? Additionally, school psychologists are already behind in their assessments and therapists are busy going from school to school. Is the school district planning to hire additional staff for these additional mental health services?
Yeah, those are great questions. First and foremost, no, there is absolutely no impact on providing services when we don't have consent to bill or are we okay? Sorry. Oh, yeah, I forgot I made a slide about this. So that's really important, and I'll go to those two dashed points at the very bottom. I think that's some parents have articulated this to me, but I know that some parents have not. But this will absolutely come up, so I want to say this as many times as I possibly can. Is that what's not on here is that the fee schedule requires insurance companies to pay for these services. So that's state law. The second part is this is a part of state law. There's no impact on families' insurance deductibles, and there's no copay. It does not impact any other part of their insurance services that are being paid for by that insurance provider outside of the district's services being provided. So that's really critical. I think I answered the question. Was there any part of that question that I missed, Trustee Rodriguez?
About hiring more people.
Oh, well, look, we have not, this obviously, we have projections about return on investment. I can let Thomas speak to that based on his experience. That's not something that we included here, because, however, we do want to, we're looking for sustainability of what we're doing, and my hope is, Ed Services, where I'm not cutting the checks, that we can grow our services. So my answer, not Hassan's, is yes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna jump in there because I'm watching Dr. Mirza. I want to be just really clear because we have some other issues to discuss along this line. The idea for us to be able to sustain a higher level of service that we've created using one-time funds is what we're trying to do. I love Dr. Bayless's Ed Services focused energy about being really thoughtful. Like, is it possible on the horizon? It's always possible. I do want to say that. We never want to say that something isn't possible. It's always possible. That said, I want to just share with the community, and then of course the board knows this, but we are in an environment where we are on the cusp of fully utilizing. It's not just that these funds are expiring. We have fully utilized our learning recovery block grant. And in that are multi-million-dollar worth of positions. This is it's not going to be the fix, but this is one contributing factor to us being able to make those positions sustainable. So I just want to state that, so that way Dr. Mirza can take some deep breaths and not pass out right now. Thank you.
No, I apologize. I'm obviously playing a little loose there, but I do want to emphasize that in all seriousness, we are looking for a way to fund our current mental health services that we expanded, rightfully so, all warranted, and our students continue to need. So that's the urgency and the seriousness of our approach here, why we, under the cloak of darkness one evening, applied to the cohort with the deadline against the wall. Why we applied for this is because we are really dedicated in Ed Services, as we all are, to try to find every way possible to continue these services. So,
I think there's one part of the question that they asked that actually didn't get answered, because this says that it will not impact the deductible and doesn't affect the copay. But I think the question was asking, let's just say your insurance says that you get 25 visits to a speech therapist, right? You haven't started it yet. We do 10 sessions and we bill 10 sessions. does that deduct the sessions from what their insurance will have to pay for? So we used 10, we built it, and we got paid for it. So does that mean they only have 15 left? I think that's what they were actually asking about the insurance question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the fee schedule is independent of their medical home and the services that are delivered in the medical home. The fee schedule has a separate set of guidance and a separate set of frequency limitations that live outside of their plan. It defines the frequency limitations. Most of them have almost no frequency limitations within the fee schedule itself. The rates and so forth are very different than what their medical home would be reimbursed for. And so although it's within the context of the plan that the services are reimbursed, the frequency limitations, the way that the services are delivered, the impact on their plan and their ability to receive services as they are right now isn't impacted.
Question. I do have a lot of concerns about this, and it feels like, you know, I don't want the school to feel like we are becoming a hospital where we're billing for a lot of services that are not necessarily. I know that we're already, I'm sorry, I'm trying to describe what I'm saying, but I feel like the staff is going to be incentivized to bill, to make money, because we're working with Healthy Campus, who is, you know, also making money off of how many times we bill. So how are we going to ensure that staff is not billing for something that may not necessarily be a mental health issue? A student shows up to a counselor for whatever they may need, and now they're being billed, and this diagnosis may be on their medical chart and follow them around, like Sabrina said, for life. Now we're asking guidance counselors who have zero medical background, and they shouldn't be, you know, expected to know these things, but we're asking, now they're being trained by Healthy Campus, who's, you know, doing this, they're a business, making money. They're training these counselors on how to bill and how to identify, and it feels like they might not, you know, there's like a disconnect there for me. That because, you know, like, you know, we all have kids in school now, and like, I would hate for my kid to have, you know, go to the counselor for whatever they might need and then be billed, and then this label follows them, you know, around, and it might not be, you know, appropriate. But I also, on the other side of it, understand the need to fund what we are already doing. And I also, my second question is, as far as opting out, when we are presenting this to parents, are we going to present them with, you know, you do have the ability to opt out, or just leave that off the table and only tell them that they can opt out if they ask if they could opt out?
Yeah, let me address
Sorry, I know
both
that was
those questions.
many
so
things.
The first point, I'm really glad you brought that up, because if I neglected to speak about this, I think that's really a critical point. First and foremost, regarding an incentive to bill. So our mental health providers, our counselors, they're already trained to do these services. They are providing these services. So when you said they don't have any experience in the medical, they're not providing new kinds of services. It's all within their credential, and actually the fee schedule lists services by credential. So the training that they have is center lane to the services that they already provide. It's just now a matter of billing for those services. The question of whether or not there's going to be an incentive to do more of those services in order to bill, there's a part of me that says, well, we want students to receive as many services as they need in order for us to achieve our goals of all of our goals, academic goals, mental health goals, et cetera. But I invited Neil up to speak to how this is occurring right now, because again, this is an expansion of what is already occurring. So Neil, perhaps you could just talk about how this is working right now with our Medi-Cal billing, and to talk about that incentive or that perverse incentive conundrum.
Yeah, so we always provide services based on necessity. It's not even something that's on our radar, that how much is something costing. I mean, I hate to say that, you know, to those people that are concerned about that. But that's the honest truth. It's not that we're blindly spending money or anything like that, But our job is to make sure that we're providing the students with what they need. So if a student needs a service or a student needs a resource, then it's our job to figure out how to get that service or resource. These reimbursement programs are literally reimbursement programs. So we're looking at all of them after the fact, right? We're already provided the service. Sometimes it's a lot later in the year when we're managing our fiscal, et cetera. So if we can get reimbursed for some of the things that we've done so we can continue to provide them, then that's definitely what we want to do. This is just an opportunity to get continued funding for things that have been temporarily funded for us. There are no diagnoses, so it's not a medical diagnosis that will even be addressed at all. We're still a school district. So as far as like your concern with like, you know, medical records, et cetera, we won't be addressing that end of things. So it's like no necessity, no diagnosis. We're just looking at what a student needs to help them comprehensively in our school environment and figuring out a way to just continue to fund it. So nothing is changing. We've, like, to the point about the psychologists, our psychologists have been one of our most active Medi-Cal billers for decades here. We've continued.
Psychologist is able to medically bill for the medical insurance, right?
Well, they're not. Oh.
Sorry, yeah, like that makes sense to me to have a psychologist billing a medical insurance or a speech therapist or OT, because they could bill for those. So that's why maybe I'm confused onto what, I mean, are we, like, who's gonna bill, and are we billing on a certain code? Like, I'm just thinking of when I'm at work, I'm an OT, like, I bill certain codes based on, you know, what I'm doing for that patient in my scope of practice. So it feels like this might be outside of the scope of practice for what a guidance counselor, and I understand we're not changing anything about the services that we're providing, it's what we're already doing, but how exactly then, I guess, is my question, are they gonna be billing the insurance? Are they billing under a code, just for an example, like of depression or anxiety? Are they, like, how, or is it one blanket, or is it one blanket code of mental health? Am I making sense?
You are.
With,
you're
okay.
making total sense. So I want to speak to that because you brought up a great point. You said that OTs and psychologists, they can bill. What the fee schedule is the state saying we need to expand that, because we have school counselors, PPS credentialed counselors, we have other clinicians. They're providing valuable services, and the insurance companies aren't paying for it. So the paradigm, this is a paradigm shift for the state of California. So all of these roles, OTs, speech therapists that used to be, that traditionally billed, they're just expanding that. And that is for good reason. That helps build sustainability. So when you say, like, psychologists, they can bill because they're comfortable billing, they're used to billing, we're just changing that paradigm. And it's not VUSD, it's the state of California changing it. So Thomas, can you speak to that?
The codes, yeah, and the paradigm shifts, for sure. One thing that's important that DHCS, the Department of Healthcare Services, clarified is that there is not a need to assign a Z code, a diagnosis code, is what you're referring to as a Z code, a diagnosis code, to the procedure. You don't need specific diagnoses, and you actually don't need medical necessity as it's generally defined in a clinical setting in order to deliver these services. So you don't need someone to come in beforehand and say, you are clinically depressed, therefore here is your service. You don't need clinical depression. You just need help. And that's the help that's being provided right now. Now, the codes that are attached are procedure codes, service codes, but service codes are not diagnoses codes. Service codes just define, this is the type of thing that that person was doing, and those types of things are 4 categories: psychoeducation, so that might be talking with someone, educating on preventative measures and so forth, screenings and assessments, screenings, non-diagnostic screenings, so administering things to determine what's going on in that child's life, treatment, and they changed the word therapy to treatment, and that was very important because these are PPS counselors that are not delivering therapy. So treatments, and then care coordination or case management. And within those categories, you have your 52 service codes and so forth, but not a diagnosis code. And then there's something really important that was mentioned about training, Healthy Campus, incentive alignment or disalignment and so forth. So the training that we provide is operational and administrative in nature, interfacing with the systems, the platforms, those kinds of practices. There are very clear laws in California called CPOM laws, Corporate Practice of Medicine, that very, very distinctly say that you cannot monetize the corporate practice of medicine by training to incentivize increase of service delivery and so forth. And so we would not be in the clinical training piece, and that's very important fact. We can point to resources, we can coordinate to those resources. We can't directly tell people to do more stuff. So yeah.
And there was a question about the process of asking for that billing. As a special education teacher, I do ask for Medi-Cal, but can you state some of the language that is involved in that ask? I know it's saying, we generally say, during at the end of the IEP process, can we bill Medicare or Medi-Cal for the services that we're providing your student? You're more than welcome to say no. That's kind of like what our spiel is. Is that something similar?
Yeah, that's what I've imagined. I've not obviously been a part of this particular process, but Neil, you could probably speak to our own processes and protocols with respect to that in our IEPs, and I'm sure that there'd be a precedence for what we currently do for how we would do it in this expansion.
Yeah, just kind of like you said, we have the same approach that a lot of times, we'll give a little bit more explanation of what that involves. Sometimes parents are hesitant for that too, so they'll have questions, and we'll explain what the process looks like, what the benefits are, how it's a state initiative, et cetera. So, we're in the early stages here of planning everything out. But our conversations on our team, on our Ed Services team, have been around taking that same approach of a listen and learn and provide information and get feedback, making sure everyone feels comfortable. We did discuss last week even that we wanted to make sure that anywhere we're talking about the initiative and requesting information or permission to bill, that we're reminding parents that they can opt out of it in that same sentence, and then reminding them that if they change their mind in the future, they can opt out of it as well and withdraw their consent.
Thank you.
And since we had so many questions, I just kind of want to clarify for the people that might be watching. So just say we have 1,000 treatments, right? We do 1,000 treatments. That's just what we do. Healthy Campus is coming in and saying, hey, you did 1,000 treatments, you only got paid for 100. If you hire us, you can do those same 1,000 treatments, but you might get paid for 800. That's what they're doing, right? We're doing the same thing that we've always done. This is just helping us recoup financially things that we should have done, but we weren't doing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another question as far as consent goes for anything that might be going on, and how that would be communicated with parents, and are we communicating with parents every time that we're billing? Is it going to be the first time that this child comes in and needs services, are they billed, or is it, if it's a repeated need, that's when you would start billing?
Thomas, you can support me on this question. The answer is there's no. I think you mentioned the frequency limits. I read through the fee schedule. I didn't see a lot of frequency limits, if that's the question. There's you can bill at the first time a child walks into the wellness center. You can bill the first time a student is a part of a grief group for a loss of a loved one. There's no sort of ramp up or preliminary stages. If we have consent to bill on file for that student, then we can bill if it's on the fee schedule, and if that treatment is delivered by a properly credentialed person per the fee schedule.
So there's no information given out to parents when they are going to be billed. Like, we're just letting them know your child was in for this, and we're going to bill. Now we're going to bill the insurance.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thomas, can you?
Yeah, so we anticipate that the district will work collaboratively with us to design a multi-channel approach to education to parents and families and to bringing them into the know on when services are delivered. Our technology does have the ability to drive notifications out to families and to let them know every time a service is being delivered so that they're fully aware of it. Additionally, it has the ability to integrate in the student information system, communication channels such as, I know there's a consideration for different SISs at this time, Parent Square and so forth, to drive communication. We have templated communication language that we provide to school districts that you can use to educate. We participate in Coffee with the Counselors, Coffee with the Principals. We're here on site regularly with our partners. Real people giving information out, educating, informing. So it shouldn't just be when a service is delivered, but it should be 4 months before they even enroll in the program, or 2 months before their kid pops into the counselor's office, that they're hearing about these things, they're seeing people on site, they're participating, and they're learning about it. And over time, this will become more and more familiar. But yes, to your point about when it's delivered, yes, and then well before as well.
Sorry. So parents would be notified when the insurance is billed each time.
Yes,
okay.
and there are certain clinical situations where the law prescribes when there's risk of abuse and so forth.
That was my other question. What if there's the flip side of it?
Correct.
Is if a child
That's
is
why
in
I
there.
couched some of my language there is that there are certain limitations to that as defined by California law where the child's safety is at risk. So.
I think I have, I'm not sure, do I have one more slide? Oh, I just, this is not one that I was able to offer, but it does actually, Trustee Levier, speak to a little bit, and one element of your question about how visible, how aware is it, how aware are counselors and practitioners about the money being made. So in the bottom right-hand corner, the amount of recovery dollars, that's not visible except administratively. That's not visible to a PPS credentialed counselor, a service provider at all. So what the service providers would be seeing is here on the left and in the upper right. They're just simple codes to check and to click to track their treatments, and that's it. And that the tracking, the claim dispute resolution, metrics, all of those are sort of all on the administrative side. All right, I think that's all of my slides. So thank you to the team for supporting that. Happy to answer any final questions before you see this once again as a part of the contracts.
Any additional questions before we take public comments?
Yeah, I just had one. So if you could go back, Mary Ann, just one slide. So on the community outreach and information, when would we begin that? And I mean, it seems like this is the kind of thing where we really want to make sure that we are very intentionally and authentically engaging with families to answer their questions. It's going to be time intensive, right? Because people are going to have a lot of questions about their kids' medical information, their insurance information, consent, how will I know when my kid is in for a grief group, right? All of those things parents are going to want to know. So what's the schedule for that?
Well, we haven't created the schedule yet. So pending the board's approval of the contract, that will be my next conversation and phone call with Thomas and the team about creating that timeline, that optimal timeline, with that as the priority of prioritizing the hard work and time and energy it takes to build trust of the community. We also have to do all the data side, the platform preparations, all that, but what you're talking about will be a priority in the timeline. So my guess is that we would start our outreach sometime in early spring. That's my best guess without having spoken with the team yet, but it would happen this year in preparation for implementing as soon as possible, hopefully next year. And I'll just also add too, I'm imagining this will happen in phases, right? It's not like you push start and it's happening as it happens. It will be ongoing. You'll be layering on as you see what kind of questions you're receiving from the community. You're starting small. You have some parents that are willing to give information. All the while you're providing these services, and you just continue to add on layers of trust with the community, and the the insurance verification and information. So it'll be a long rollout. That's my guess.
Any other questions? So we'll take our public comments at this time.
Thank you. 1 second. Before I call up our guests to speak on this agenda item, as well as additional items that people will be speaking on if you were not here earlier, please know that you'll have 3 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. Please keep language as respectful as possible, as we are streaming live and we do have students that watch our meetings. So for this particular item, we only have one speaker, and that would be Deborah Meyer-Morris. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for reading my email. I could tell that you read it from some of your questions. Regarding the annual limit on visits, Calvin, Sabrina, my daughter had Aetna the whole time. When she was on her IEP, I never let them bill our insurance because our plan pays 60 visits maximum per year. That's it. And it has to be combined of all the things. So if the school would have billed for my daughter's speech and her OT, because she got both, at home I would have got her none, because we would have had no more visits left by the end of a school year. Thomas said that the data will follow to the other LEAs, which really scares me, because under the ADA, the student will have a record of disability based on whatever is put in here in the file. And, you know, I heard that mom talk about her child at Mound, and it brought back my own daughter's situation. And, you know, if a student has something bad happen at school and the school covers it up and doesn't investigate it, and then the counselor, like if you go in there and you report that you were sexually assaulted, and they look at you and say, what do you want me to do, call the cops? Or this mom, you know, my child was kicked in the head and might have a concussion, and the school does nothing, or they put something false in their record, that false statement or that nothing that they did is now going to follow that student around as a misdiagnosis or some record of disability where maybe they're going to claim that they lied and they really didn't get kicked in the head even though there was an adult that saw it, or they got sexually assaulted and there was 2 adults that saw it, but they might still deny it. So this is a problem. I really have a problem with the whole consent thing because the district has a record of not being transparent, and I really don't think that parents are going to understand this. Like, what does this really mean? And do I have a strong ability to opt out? Like, parents need to understand, not just parents on the school board, but all parents need to understand that they can opt out of this, that they don't have to say yes and have this thing follow their students to other LEAs in the county or VCOE. Also, you need to look at the indemnity provision, as I pointed out in my email, because it's inconsistent whether it's a $4 million policy or a $3 million policy, neither of which I think is sufficient because, like, my records got stolen from the Social Security Administration. So nothing is safe in America. You can claim that it's going to be safe, but these are minors and they have a lifetime ahead of them with these medical things following them around, just as the Autism Society pointed out and my public comment pointed out. Like, they will have this as a record of disability forever. I also think that it's really important to think about how at some point you just have to do the right thing and have wellness centers and not capture students as profit centers, but just because it's the right thing and they need a safe place at school. So thank you.
Thank you. This has raised another question, Dr. Bayless. Actually, it's for Thomas. So, Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, so that example was actually my example. So that was the question that I asked, was if they have a limited, you said it wouldn't it wouldn't take away from that, but it sounds like it would.
Yeah, first of all, the speech is not part of the multi-payer fee schedule. The multi-payer fee schedule is related to mental health services only. The frequency limitations within the multi-payer fee schedule live outside of the health plans. So related to IEPs and Medi-Cal billing, the structure of Medi-Cal and LEA BOP billing is very different than the fee schedule itself. And Medi-Cal, which is the payer of choice, is ingrained in that system as the payer. The payers that are part of the multi-payer fee schedule are having a new obligation created for them to pay school-based services with frequency limitations defined in the context of the fee schedule itself, outside of the plan itself. So it's a different mechanism. It's an expansion, as was mentioned, of services that are currently being delivered, but it's not actually part of the health plan of the individual members. It's an obligation for those plans to reimburse schools, as defined by frequency limitations within the fee schedule. And there was one other point, if it's okay, about the sharing of information. That cannot be done without a release of information. So the release of information has to be consented for that PHI, personal health information, to be transmitted. This is just a mechanism that would allow for it if the patient did give that release of information.
Thank you.
Any further board discussion or deliberation on this issue? Okay, hearing none, then this will be coming back as an item. Thank you all for your presentation. I appreciate it very much. Okay, now we'll move back to action item B1. Request approval of resolution 24-20, ARIS Agreement for Student Information System Software and ARIS Contract. This is a first read. The pleasure of the board to approve this, or do you want it brought back?
Any questions?
Okay, ask questions.
So similar to the question that Trustee Forsythe asked earlier, have we tested this anywhere? Has there been a pilot? And based on Calvin's recent experience, do we know that it works on Android phones?
I'm going to have Thomas and Sherilyn come up from the IT department. They could talk about the process.
Good evening, everyone. So in terms of a trial, no actual trial has been put in place, and that's mostly because it's not really possible to stand up two student information systems at the same time. We're currently in that process of evaluating data between the two separate information systems, so like for like data. At this point, that's what's being evaluated, so it's not really possible to put in a trial. We have, there are sandboxes that are available, so they can be used by anybody. They're publicly available. We don't necessarily recommend using them, only because your experience on those sandboxes won't be the same as the experience that you would have once we've implemented ARIS or any student information system. The reason for that is that we have very specific roles or processes or things that might show up on that screen that would be drastically different than the experience you might see in a sandbox. But yes, I can confirm that we have used, even in that sandbox, using an Android phone, you can see that even on the web interface, as well as the application interface.
Why did you talk about us like a second-class citizen? Oh yeah, we did use an Android.
There are a few of us out here.
Yeah, Android for life.
If I could really quickly offer an additional point there, we are also leaning heavily on not only our own experience and own evaluation, but the evaluation of many neighboring districts. Not only are they using ARIS, they moved from Q to ARIS. So their experience closely parallels ours. And on all of our outreach, when we start asking them, they essentially say, stop right there. The answer is yes, it's light years better. And but we can also say there's no such thing as a perfect system probably, but I will take light years better.
So one concern I had is that the reviews online for their phone app are, let's just say, not great.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we're going from a system where parents often complain about using Parent Connect and trying to access things, right? Like, to potentially a new system with issues. That's not a good look, right? So, are you expecting to have, you know?
Seeing an app review is a complicated thing, especially when you have an app that integrates into a system that is not universal amongst many different districts. There's 750 districts that are using Aries currently. Their implementation process varies from district to district. So you can imagine 750 different type of variations. Some of them are cloud-based. So, you know, you always have secured connections versus something that they may have stood up at a school site. So they're managing their own network in districts. So if you see things in reviews that say, hey, it's not responsive, it's hard to determine is that the app or is it their implementation. You'll see a lot of reviews as well that are downgrades, or I would say a review blasts by students because they didn't care for a grade that they got, or it wasn't represented well in the app. But those aren't necessarily app-based things. Those might be an implementation thing. So it's hard to look at the app itself and give it a good, clear review, or I should say a fair review. Most of it is going to be the implementation aspect of what you're seeing. All I can say in terms of the app is that what you'll see in the app will largely represent the exact same thing you would see in the web interface. For the app itself, the only real advantage for using the app as opposed to using what the web interface would be is that it marries both Parent Square and Aries together in one location. So instead of having to open up two separate locations or opening up a web interface, going to Parent Square, it all is represented in one place.
And there's one logon, one single sign-on. And so when you're in one place, you can go back and forth. And then, can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to let you know that I read those reviews as well and looked at them when we were going through the whole consideration and asked several questions about that. And then I took it a step further and I actually reached out to end users. So Simi Valley and Las Virgenes actually use Aries. And I didn't just call the tech department or, you know, the director of technology. I reached out to the school sites. I asked office managers. I asked the people who work with the parents on a daily basis and have, like when the right schools of choice comes along or when you're trying to do enrollments, what is their experience? What do they hear from parents? You know, what's the feedback that they're getting? And it was all very positive. They said most of the time it's because that there's a complaint is because the parents don't know where to go to find something. And as Thomas was saying, they give too much information. And so once you give a lot of information, it's hard to rein it back in. When they have access to a lot of different information in different ways, it gets confusing to look for what you actually want. And it has maybe a different name. So instead of it being assignments, it might be called gradebook. So, you know, parent may not know what that means. Well, what does a gradebook mean? So I was concerned about the reviews, and so that's why I went directly to the sources, the people who actually are working with the parents, and they said that they don't get complaints, and the things that they do, it's not actually an Aries complaint.
Can I ask real quick about the teachers? How well how they compared the two softwares. I know we talked about it last time, but I just kind of want to bring it up again because I think that's an important user we're not discussing right now.
So what, because when we brought up how should I say, so there was a number of times that we brought up the Aries as an interface to teachers, actually to all staff. And in that instance, we only really had one kind of negative pushback about that interface. Most of it was very positive, mostly with high school and the way that specifically with the interaction with cannabis and the things that we were talking about there. The only real pushback issue that we have, and it is a neat feature that Q has, is the ability to look at a seating chart within Q's interface and assign behavioral issues there. Aries doesn't have that because they have a very directive view of having you go into a specific module and write out the behavioral issues instead of just having an immediate assignment. So it's kind of just a different way of looking at how you deal with behavior in the classroom. But other than that, I mean, we didn't hear any negative pushback from teachers when we had the live demos of what you would see.
Teachers were excited.
Yeah, was there a particular teacher you're thinking of?
There's a push, a concerted effort, I guess, to look at equitable grading, but in conjunction with that, feedback. Is there a way to give customized feedback to the students when submitting a grade?
That's interesting.
To give feedback to. I would assume so because they have the student option, just like they have the parent portal. They have a student portal, so it would work the same. The students can go in and they can click on their teacher and send a direct message through Parent Square right to the teacher, so they can communicate that way.
Is that what you're looking for?
However, hold on one second.
Yes.
We have not decided to launch Student Square along with this at this time. It would take a lot of labor and work. It's something that we can look at in the future, but it will not launch with the launch of Aries. I just wanted to make that clear because we do not have Student Square yet.
Can I offer a quick point about, first of all, there are more grade book options in Aries, ways to set up the grade book, points, percentages, weights, all that sort of thing. Q has that, but however, I think that it's a better setup in Aries, it's more intuitive, and there are more options. I think the most important feature when it comes to feedback and connection has to do with our LCAP goal number 3, with engaging parents. There's really no mechanism to set up gradebook alerts with parents, customized gradebook alerts, and assignment alerts in Q. Aries has that. So I'm communicating with you as a parent. You're concerned, hey, let me just push the button that says every Friday you're going to get an update. I don't have to do any additional work. You're going to get an update. Now, that assumes that I'm updating my Aries, my gradebook, frequently, of course. But that's a point of feedback for the parent and engagement point that we just don't have right now. That in secondary, again, I mentioned this the last time, is something that our parents repeatedly tell us they want more of.
Right, because with Q, you have to wait until the semester in order to submit those grades. And
you can passively go in and look as a parent, right?
You can email a parent.
But it's not, I'm sure there's a technical term for this. It's active as opposed to passive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and you can set up those as a schedule. Teachers have that option to either have it scheduled. So let's say it was like a update every week or every Friday. They would say like where their students are in a particular grade or class. They would get that regularly updated. They miss these assignments, that type of thing, and that could be delivered either in the app, in the parent portal, or by Parent Square.
I'd say the gradebook and the communication piece was the highlights for the teachers. Those were their wows. Going back to the behavior thing, Aries looks at behavior as student-based rather than class-based. So if there's a behavior situation, they wanted it, they feel like it should be addressed individually with student, and not looking at a whole class and just plugging in behavioral issues. So they have a different approach to student behavior. And the teachers were actually very excited about.
Good, yeah. The communication gradebook is kind of where I was at, so thank you.
Great.
And just to circle back, it's an 18-month contract, it looks like, which basically is mostly around data transition and then training. So if this was a train wreck, we hate it, a year and a half from now, we wander our way back to Parent Connect.
Or Q, you mean Q.
Parent Connect isn't going anywhere. Parent Connect is staying.
You think
so
Parent Square is staying? Parent Connect. You're talking about Q.
Sorry.
Yes.
Parent Square.
Yeah, Q. Yeah, I mean, it would be, yes, we could transition back to Q if we need to. Yeah.
Only if we're married.
Sorry.
I just also want to say you don't have to scroll for the submit button on an Apple or Android.
Yes. Yes.
Trust me.
But the purpose of this resolution was, on top of everything they mentioned, was for us to bypass the public bidding process, because it's not about price in this, and so we're seeking for the board to approve the resolution along with authorizing us to enter into a contract with Aries.
Any additional questions before I ask for approval of the resolution?
I would like to move to approve.
I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2, approval of the contracts exceeding $25,000. First read. You have your list before you this evening. Any thing you want to say about it, Dr. Castro?
No, I don't have any additions, but we're always prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there any questions by the board?
I had lots of questions about the Healthy Campus contract, but I feel like those have been answered.
Okay.
Was it supposed to be? This says 1.4. Was it 1.9 or 1.4? Is it something different? This says 1.4. Right? Yeah, it was supposed to be 1.9. It's 1.4.
It did say 1.9.
Oh yeah, we saved $500,000.
Sorry, you weren't on the mic. Can you just so that?
Yeah, this is the correct amount. Yeah.
We saved some money.
And then just as a kind of for future agendas, if we have things that are gonna appear on the contract list, rather than have to move something, right? Because it kind of gives the impression we're gonna approve the contract and then have the discussion. So it's nice if they're in order.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. One of the kind of pros and cons of when we a year ago adopted our new board structure was the things that stay the same, so that way at least the community can anticipate what that looks like is those action, then the conference, then the consent. And so what our practice has been is just to move anything that would be affected by the contract to move ahead of, so we move those conference items ahead of the board taking action on that. Of course, we're welcome to that. We'll have our another meeting coming up next month. If we want to make some adjustments to that, absolutely we can do that. It's all within our purview.
Any additional questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 3, notice of completion of C10-24 EP Foster modular restroom replacement. Again, this is the first read. The contract was awarded to Arden Construction Company in the amount of $784,400. The contract has been completed. Inspection found it satisfactory. It is recommended the board approve the filing of the above notice of completion with the county superintendent of schools. Any questions?
No questions. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Resolution 24-21, emergency resolution to declare an emergency approval entering into a contract for district-wide repair, replacement, and remediation of smoke, fire, and other wind damage services due to the mountain fire. Action is requested. Any questions?
No questions. I mean, do you want to just explain for people what this is?
Yes, I would. Anthony.
So what we did here, unfortunately for those of us with experience through the Thomas Fire, when the Thomas Fire came around, we had to declare an emergency exactly like this resolution so that we could provide services for our schools to open them up right after we needed to, so we didn't have to wait for the bidding process. It's no different for the mountain fire. We wanted to get students back into school on Monday. And in order for us to do that, we had to have crews out there on the weekend replacing filters for all the HVAC so that we can send the students and staff back to a healthy environment. So what this does, the board declares that there was an emergency. We have the added benefit that the governor also declared an emergency in the county, and but what the board is also required to do is vote unanimously to adopt the resolution so that we can bypass, to declare the emergency, to bypass the bidding requirements that we've already done. Because the work has already been done.
So I'm happy to make the motion, but I also just wanted to thank, we had a lot of staff who were in the midst of our own trauma and triggering from like the smoke and previous fires, were on site cleaning, airing things out. I know a lot of our site leaders were there, a lot of our custodial staff and our facilities staff. So big thank you to them for coming in on a holiday weekend when we were all busy packing up our stuff and figuring out where we were going to move to. Or at least I was. But yes, I will make the motion.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Conference items. Conference items, superintendent, board appointed committees and board meeting dates for 2025. Dr. Castro?
I'm sorry. Can I make a request? We have staff who are waiting for a conference presentation on the inclusion, and the board thing just involves us.
Okay.
So if we could ask staff to do their presentation, move that forward, and then have our board conversation later.
Which item are you referring to?
Inclusion.
15B, okay, 15B2, okay. So we will come back to 15B1, 15B2, proposed increase in inclusion practices model TK slash kindergarten slash first grade phases for 25, 26, and 26, 27 school years. Who would like to speak to this?
Dr. Bayless, I was just letting you finish that water.
Me again. Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Really pleased to bring this before you as an initiative that we are planning on for the upcoming school year and beyond as a two-year phased initiative to increase our inclusive practices in our lower elementary as an extension of what's already taking place in terms of inclusive practices at preschool, at our EIC and Jumpstart. So on that first slide, a point of background here. We engaged in a pretty significant increase in our secondary inclusive practices programming this year with our co-teaching initiative. We went from about two sections, not about, exactly two sections in 2023-24 to 45 sections this year, and those are across the board in electives and in core classes. And we're what this means is that students, we now have a part of our portfolio of services on our continuum of services. We have something to offer that we did not have in the past in secondary, where students can receive their SAI minutes, their special education minutes, in general education settings. And I just want to note how significant that shift is. To go from two, we had one at one middle school and one at one high school, to 45, and you can see the array at all of our secondary sites. And this is what will continue next year. We'll be able to do it more methodically than what we were able to do this summer. We know that there were absolutely some challenges with the speed and process for the rollout, and that's something that we're working with our association partners on, and all of our site administration on making sure that we are more methodical, but nonetheless not pulling back on this initiative. So that's the background to this proposed elementary initiative. You can go to the next slide, Marianne, please. But these two initiatives, the current one that we have in secondary with our co-teaching, and the one that we're going to be talking about tonight, inclusion in for our mild, moderate students in TK, K, and the year after in first grade, all come from the same set of rationale. And first and foremost, it's one of the key recommendations that was given to us in our FCMAT review. It's something that we knew we needed to make progress on. FCMAT review identified it, and so our Ed Services team, under the direction of Dr. Soledad Molinar and Neil Varani, worked on that. And I'd also like to note our program specialist, Danielle DeCellis, who I think is here. Oh, thank you for being here. Is working on with us as well. Again, we have the existing model in Jumpstart and EIC and all the work that Marcel and Kara have done in the past several years, and that started with Dr. Castro's under his direction when he was in my current role. All of that is connected to improving our educational outcomes for our students with disabilities, and we see the need for this on our dashboard and all of our non-dashboard data as well. So we are working really hard and in good faith to respond to that data, leaning on the research that says students with disabilities generally will perform better when they have more opportunities for inclusion. The additional piece of rationale that exists for, this is number 4 here, that exists for this initiative that it doesn't necessarily exist for the secondary initiative that we're that's underway right now, is that the state has increasingly reduced the age for students entering TK. And it's already a challenge to assess students at such a young age for determining what a disability. But as students are getting younger and younger, it's even more difficult to assess. And if you have questions about that, I'll invite Danielle and Neil to come speak about that. They have far more expertise than I do on that. But nonetheless, that's a critical piece. Why we want to expand inclusion is because if we identify a student with disability at such a young age and put them in a special education setting, again, at such a young age, not only does that tend to follow them throughout the grade continuum, but it's very difficult to assess young children. And I got a nice tour last year on this subject at our EIC programs, and I was really struck with how true that is. So let's go to the next slide, and I'm happy to stop at any point. Yeah.
I guess this is a question for Neil and our SPED team. There's so if a student is 4 years old and he comes from multilingual, or the student comes with speech delays, as part of their multilingual household, or even selective mute. How would this support that student? Are we going to still, I guess, over classification for students who are multilingual is my question. And how does this support students so they're not overqualified, I'm tired.
So that way we don't have disproportionate eligibility. Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I was going to say the same thing. Yeah. So in terms of identification, this initiative in particular is looking at students that are transitioning to TK and K who have already been identified with a disability and potentially would have maybe traditionally transitioned straight from a SDC EIC class to a SDC mild mod class at either currently at Juana Maria and at Lemon Grove. So we're just talking about those two classes. In terms of multilingual learners, all the research shows that multilingual learners and multilingual learners that are also identified with a disability will do better when they're exposed to their peers that are proficient English speakers. So this will give those students that would have typically transitioned and may have been stuck in a more restrictive setting with less opportunity for growth to thrive in general education. And as they're going through the continuum of grades, they're getting more and more access to instruction, high quality content, great peer models, and more of that heterogeneous grouping. And so with that diverse environment, the research shows that 9 out of 10 times a student's going to thrive in that environment. So we're kind of banking on that. The state's banking on that, and as you know, the federal government is as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Let's go to the next slide, Maria, please. So our plan right now for this rollout is a 2-year phased-in approach, and that would be for the 2025-26 school year. TKK inclusion, again, of the students that qualify in those 2 classrooms that Neil just spoke about. Those mild, moderate students would be included in general education settings. And then for the following year, those students would continue to be included in first grade. And I can let and Danielle speak about why at this point we're pausing there and we're not saying anything more about second, third grade. So Danielle, why don't you come on up? And as you're approaching, I'll just, the notes are really important here. This is not elimination of appropriate placement in our moderate severe, what's called extensive support needs. It's not an elimination of other specialized programs. And it's not an elimination of appropriate placements for students with more significant behavioral support needs. So we're really focused on just those mild, moderate SDC students. So Danielle.
Yeah, hi. I'm Danielle DeCellis, Special Education and Program Specialist for the elementary schools. Previously a school psychologist in the district, primarily at our EIC for several years, and then elementary schools that support mild to moderate and our autism programs. So one of the reasons that we are looking to build up the inclusion is given the timing of the expanding of the TK age. When IEP teams are tasked with analyzing the assessment information and making the SDC determination, they are doing that with not only the assessment of current skills, but also the progression of growth or lack of growth based off of knowledge that they have of prior IEPs, and have to decide if that the student will not make adequate progress in a general ed setting prior to making a placement in an SDC. So with the moving back the TK age, the IEP teams have less data to show that the students will not make progress and make that determination. And like Dr. Bayless said, when students are placed in the SDC, specifically coming in at TK and K, they likely remain in the SDC throughout the elementary grades. So starting with this pivotal age here and looking at building up our inclusive practices, which likely is already happening given our mild to moderate SDC TKK numbers this year and last year are lower than our extensive support needs programs and our autism programs in placement for the younger kids. We are, looking at building up our capacity in these grade levels as a first stage before moving on to the upper grade levels. With the younger grades, we're looking at supporting with the general ed TK and K teachers are already very much looking at the UDL model, and that would lend itself to building in the inclusive practices. With the upper grades, we may see more of kind of any kind of gap growing with academics, where there's a lot more heavy emphasis within the mild to moderate on academics, as opposed to TK and K, where we're looking at basic development, development of student skills, classroom skills, and experience within the setting of school. So, so at this point, just looking at the TKK1 and looking at building up that classrooms inclusive program before moving on.
Thanks, Danielle. And I think that key point about at first grade, there would be much more data, sufficient data to make a determination. So, Maria, next slide. Our projected timeline right now is this. We are in the process, and if you go to number 3, that's essentially where we're at. We are in the process of visiting other districts, and I know, Danielle, you've been to several. I know Seoul recently went to one. I'm going to get a chance to go to a few as well. And each of these districts around us that have done this, some of them have done this for a long time, decades. Some of them have just begun a few years. They have different models. And forgive me, I've forgotten if I've said this later on in the slides, but I'll say it now and later too, maybe, that we've not decided on a delivery model yet, whether it's going to be a few co-teaching classrooms, or if it's going to have the students are going to go to their boundary sites and we're going to have itinerant inclusion support. We haven't made that decision. That's what we're trying to learn about right now, and our hope is that we will engage our own people, of course, that have a lot of experience with inclusion, a lot of experience with delivering services, so that we can chart the best way forward for our district. We hope to make a decision. We feel we need to make a decision for a delivery model by January, because that's when IEP season starts to take place with transitions, and we need to have a professional development plan. So our plan would be to start providing training, whatever delivery model we decide on, specifically structured for that program. So, Maria, next slide. Okay, we have had preliminary discussions with. I met with the psychologist recently. I know that Neil agendized this topic at CDAC, I believe. We've spoken with our own elementary and TK TOSAs. We've spoken with our elementary principals, and we've spoken with our association presidents. The next step, based on the feedback that we get tonight, we would engage further with staff, and we talk to our own staff. There's still a lot to be determined. We have yet to determine staffing ratios. We need to decide on a delivery model first, of course. Before that, we need to determine budget impacts, et cetera. But again, so we're starting sort of philosophically, this is where we want to go. And we're just inviting you in early on our thinking, so that you can be partners with us on that. So developing a plan for our certificated and classified staff is going to be really key for us. So that's a critical component of this in the spring and in the summer prior to the initial year of implementation. I think that might be my last slide, Marianne. Yep. Thank you. So again, really pleased to bring this to you. Thank you to the team for all the work getting us to this point. Happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Bayless, do we have any co-teaching going on at the elementary school right now?
No. No, we don't have any structured co-teaching.
No, I'm not talking about structured. Is there co-teaching going on, though, at all?
We have some.
Yeah.
We do have some staff that on occasion work in that setting and work through that model through kind of natural relationships. And like we've had some good inclusion for a long time at Elmhurst and some of our other sites where teachers will actually co-teach together, but not on a day-to-day basis as a regular assignment.
Again, I think that's key. Not by assignment in our system, per HR, per the master schedule. We don't have elementary co-teaching.
Okay. Other questions with the board?
Yeah, I guess a comment. Having a TK and K. What are our what's the max students in those in TK and K? I guess my concern would be the number of
well,
possible
I think
space
so
students.
for perspective And Danielle, Neal, correct me if I'm wrong, if this program were to have been implemented this year, we would be talking 6 students.
A max.
That students district-wide that are in mild mod SDC that we would be including.
6 students that would have had their placement impacted. Were you asking what the class size limits were for Gen Ed TK?
Yeah, I guess I'm getting at, I just want to make sure that we have enough support for teachers, you know, because kinders are,
yeah, we've definitely been talking a lot about that, and that's why it's critical, depending upon the model that we choose, that will impact those situations, and that's why kind of down the list was staffing ratios, number of students will be impacted that way as well. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we get the recipe right, and that kind of support is available.
Yeah, I think this is phenomenal. I can't wait to see what some of your next steps are and the progress you guys are making. It's life-changing.
We do have, from the state, a reduced ratio of 1 to 10. Right now we're at 1 to 12 for TK, and it'll go down to 1 to 10 next year.
I too love that we're doing this, and I've shared with you, I got a chance to see this in Ojai, and I was really blown away by what they were doing. I know your plan is to have selected kind of a process by January. Will we get an update on like what you've chosen and why?
Yeah, great question. I think by the December board meeting, we could potentially agendize where our thinking is and what we've learned by talking with our own experts and what we've seen in other districts. And if we don't have a definitive decision by that board meeting, certainly by the January board meeting, we could come and talk about our delivery model.
Any additional questions by the board? We do have a public comment on this, so we will take that now.
Great, thank you. We do have one public comment on this item. Ashley Pope, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ashley Pope, and I'm the board president for Autism Society Ventura County and also on Autism Society Ventura County's Advocacy Committee. Autism Society Ventura County's Advocacy Committee reviews City Council, School Board, and County Supervisory meetings each week and coordinates public comment with the goal of improving the quality of life for those with autism in Ventura County. Our committee has been following the district's progress on the issues outlined in the April 2024 FICMAT report. We are excited to see today's presentation on one of the primary issues in that report, co-teaching and inclusive classrooms. Thank you for putting forward a timeline that is digestible for parents, teachers, and students who have been eagerly awaiting an update. There is one aspect of this presentation and plan that we find concerning. It reads as follows. California's state-mandated expansion of TK to all 4-year-olds makes it increasingly difficult to accurately anticipate students' ability to progress in a general education setting and may require placement in mild mod self-contained special education programs prior to transitioning students to TKK in elementary school. VUSD School Board and administrators, we do not understand this statement. More classrooms mean more opportunities for inclusion and UDL. 3- and 4-year-olds are essentially babies. Please reject the notion that we will segregate our babies into groups by disability for even one more day. Special day class settings do not prepare students for general education. VUSD students deserve better, and we must build systems that empower them to have the best chance at success in inclusive classrooms and at living independent and happy lives. California's 2015 WON system is clear. Inclusive classrooms are best for our students. Please develop these supportive education systems and strategies so that all VUSD students can begin their education in inclusive classrooms from the very beginning and stay there for as long as possible. The reason we don't have more children who could be integrated into general education this year is because students with disabilities in VUSD start out in a special day class. Children with and without disabilities learn best when they learn together. As a group dedicated to advocating for inclusion in all aspects of life, we find it difficult to imagine why 3- and 4-year-olds must be separated, even as part of this plan that seems so progressive at VUSD. As a young mother 10 years ago, my baby was the baby being pushed into a special day class. He, like most special day class students, never had an opportunity to truly integrate into a general education setting. I wish I would have known better then, but we know better now. Me and all of you guys, you all read that report. I know there are a lot of young mothers today who do not have these advocacy points, and they are trusting you to make these decisions. They don't know better, so it's up to each one of you. Autism Society of Ventura County will continue to advocate for building systems that will
Time's
work
up.
for these students and to learn together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion by the board? Okay. Any further discussion, Dr. Bayless?
We're happy to provide a point of clarification on public comment if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll apologize for that. I think it was not worded well, kind of like my last statement. But what we were referring to was the fact that with more and more students entering TK, it is less and less likely that we can accurately determine whether a SDC placement in mild mod at that age is appropriate. So given that and the lack of TK is a completely, they're in the EIC, start there. It's a play-based environment. Then we're moving to TK, which is now like a hybrid play-based, and now we're getting some kindergarten readiness skills and moving towards standard-based instruction. And then kindergarten is now standards-based. So we don't have enough information and responsible data to determine that a student has a learning disability, which is often why students are placed in mild moderate classes after not being able to access general ed. So it's not responsible of us to continue to place students there without giving them the opportunity in general ed. So what that slide statement intended to say was that more and more students are coming in, so our staff is tasked with making a decision at a younger age on whether a student should head to gen ed or needs a more restrictive environment. And we don't want to send students on the wrong path into a more restrictive environment until we have more information. So I apologize.
No, thank you for that, Neil. That was great clarification. And I'll just add, I had the opportunity to join Neil and others at a recent school psych meeting, and that was exactly the sentiment that was conveyed by the school psychologist. It was the way that it's stated. I don't think there's a need to apologize for the way that it's stated, but the apology is really related to the way to convey that, because the school psych struggled to state that too. It's that they feel challenged. It's not that they can't. They feel challenged in what they're being asked to do in that diagnostic process with younger and younger children in increasingly younger environments where the tools that we've relied upon for generations in some cases are not being utilized the same way. So I thank you for conveying that. The school psychs stated that as well. They want our students to be appropriately placed, and they're just challenged doing that with younger and younger children, but we will continue to put our kids first.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we'll move on. Go back to conference item A1, board approved committees and board meeting dates. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. Just as a point of information, if you wanted to, we also have staff here for our conference under business services, the tree maintenance presentation. We could do that as well before going back to the board business.
Let's do that.
Okay, yeah. While they can still stand. And then as Terry's coming up, Anthony, since you're here, our meeting time, we do have to make a formal motion to extend past 10?
Mm-hmm. If it was in the board policy that the meetings would end at 10, then it would be a formal action by the board.
Okay, so when we get there, we'll get there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, conference item business services, C2, tree maintenance.
We're here today to talk about tree maintenance with Ventura Unified. Along with us, we have Matt Burnell. He's our lead in grounds. So thought it would be helpful to have him here in case there's further information about our trees. But I did want to provide some background information. Right now we have about 3,550 trees throughout the district. Facilities, grounds maintains a district tree inventory and a condition report. Maintenance is extremely important. Tree trimming schedule is important. We typically look at trees as needing some TLC and trimming average about once every 3 years. We inspect for disease. We make sure that the trees are getting proper irrigation and the like. Here's a sample inventory sheet. Just wanted to provide for you. We have a condition report, a tree number, and we keep track of some of the dates that trees were either planted or maintained.
What's the risk column? What's that pertaining to? Sorry, risk.
Oh, okay. There is a column about risk assessment, and the highest risk tree is a number 1. The lowest risk is a number 5.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. Good question. All right. This is just a sample map that comes along with our report showing all the locations of the trees. I'm going to share that. Tree removal. I know that this is an important topic lately. In facilities, we only remove for certain reasons, and that would be a disease. Maybe there was a storm that took down a tree and it was structurally unsound. If there is disease, we definitely try to treat the tree. We have an IPM policy, so we do have some restrictions there. But we try to plan ahead. Like a good example would be just this year we had the oak worm at Foothill High School, and we lost a few trees there. This year we know that the oak worm is probably still going to come out, and we're going to be proactive about being able to treat that while kids are not on campus in a nice way so that we can save some of the trees. Sometimes we have new building projects. We always aim.
Before we leave tree removal,
yes.
I was wondering if maybe if we can come up with a number of maybe, like, I don't know, 3 or 4, like if a certain location that even if it's a worm or a disease, if we're going to be physically removing 3 or more trees, that we can be notified so that when we get the information and someone emails or calls us, we can say, oh, well, you know, that was a disease. There was 3 disease trees. That's why they had to do this, or for whatever reason. I think, I don't know if anybody wants to chime in. I think 3+ is a good number, because when you remove 3 trees, that's like, I think people will get involved with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely something we can do. Yeah. And I was just going to also say that whenever we remove a tree because of disease, our plan is always to plant another tree in its place. It may not be in the exact same location. We always evaluate the location and the type of tree. Location is extremely important there. We do have, new building projects. We try to plan around the trees. We hire arborists to evaluate trees that might be affected. The roots might be cut just to make sure that we're not going to compromise. It's the very last thing we want to do. But if we are required to remove a tree, again, we will plant another tree, an appropriate tree, and in the appropriate location somewhere on campus.
We don't have a policy so much for removing trees. This is kind of just a criteria that we
This has
developed.
just been our practice in facilities for a long time.
I know the city has its own code that it follows.
It's maybe just it's just been our practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know we used to have an approved tree list, like trees that were allowed to be planted on our campuses. Is that still the case?
That we still refer to that list. We are always open to introducing new types of trees. We consult our arborists, of course, our experts in-house as well, as to what trees are appropriate for certain locations. Trees close to playgrounds, trees way out on the perimeter, trees close to utilities or interior to campuses. They can't be root invasive, et cetera. So, but yeah, we do have a tree list, and you know, we do welcome new species as, you know, a possibility there too. New construction, removal of trees sometimes is necessary for new buildings. And like I said, we try, you know, we do our best to make sure that we don't have to remove the trees if possible. Brianne, next one. I wanted to give an example. Recently, we had the restroom building placed at E.P. Foster Elementary School. We replaced one that was there. We actually put a little bit larger restroom back in its place. We had 4 trees that were really close in that area. And so we hired an arborist. We were able to save one of the trees, and then we ended up having 3 other trees that we had to remove. Those trees were actually close to some of our utilities, which wasn't a really great location. And so new trees are going to be planted in a better location there. They were actually getting ready to be planted, and lo and behold, we had a pop-up parking lot out in the area where they were going to be planted. So they're still waiting there for that. But again, just an example of the arborist report from consulting on that one. New tree planting. You know, we work with our arborists and our in-house staff. We look at the species to make sure that it's not dropping anything inappropriate. Especially recently, we've partnered with the Tree Alliance. We've planted a lot of new trees, including over at Will Rogers recently. We knew and anticipated that there were a couple of trees that were going to be removed there as part of the solar project, and so we actually we included 3 more trees and purchased 3 more trees on our own to mitigate that. We always purchase mature trees when possible. We look at 36-inch or 48-inch box trees, and some of the examples of the trees that we have been planting are down there below for you. But anyway, if there's any questions?
No palms, right?
What was that?
No palms, right?
You know, we've planted palms, queen palms, in locations that you know, we thought were appropriate for them. They do come with a different type of maintenance and risk sometimes. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the board?
Not so, I mean, thank you for this. I appreciate the information. I guess for me, one of the challenges is when we take out trees, often we're taking out mature trees. And, you know, so replacing them with a 36-inch box tree is not an equivalent, you know, in terms of its function and its shade and all of those things. So I guess I would love to see us develop a policy where we try to balance kind of what we're actually losing, right? So that if we're taking out a 50-year-old tree, we're not replacing it with one little tiny tree that we're hoping survives, but that we're planting 6 trees so that it's actually, you know, kind of restoring what's being lost. Because we saw during fall break that our community cares a great deal about the vintage trees that we, you know, have on our campuses, and they have a lot of emotional attachment to those trees. And while you can't do anything about having to remove a tree because it's in the wrong place or because it's diseased, we can do something about the climate change and shade aspects of what those trees do, right? So, so for me, that, I mean, I recognize that sometimes we have to take out trees for for our core work as a school district, right? But it would really be great if we could come up with a board policy that said we're going to really try to recognize our role in combating climate change and making our campuses safe for children and not, heat sinks, and develop a policy that reflects that around trees.
I agree with that.
Thank you. I think part of that is you're seeing that play out with our playgrounds through the bonds. But Terry, before we go to public comment, can you also share, on occasion, you've shared just some figures that are associated with like tree maintenance. So like trimming and those kinds of things. I think it'd be good for whoever is giving public comment to also hear that. The board could hear that too, about like what are some of the costs. This isn't like comprehensive, but what are some of the costs that are associated with like tree maintenance?
Sure. Well, tree trimming, definitely. So we talked about, once every 3 years. A tree will cost the district, using an outside consultant to do the heavy work, anywhere from $500 to $1,500 a tree, depending on the size and location. So, you can imagine that with our 3,550 trees, that, that it tends to add up quite a bit. Our maintenance staff is skilled in doing the light pruning, which is great. There's maintenance, again, with disease control, making sure we have proper irrigation. Sometimes trees just don't survive. We were in a period of drought for a while, which caused a lot of structural damage to some of our nice trees. We do our best. Anything you'd like to add to that, Matt?
We're not in the business for cutting down trees. We try to save as much as we can.
You want to come up?
Oh.
Yeah.
We're really not in the business of cutting down trees. In my almost 10 years of being with the district, I can only really think of a couple handful of times that we've actually removed trees just because of, other than because of disease or because they're in a spot, that we're trying to save those old growth trees as much as we can. And just, maintenance is expensive. Just in my past, 6 months of being in this position, probably bidded out $45,000, $50,000 worth of tree work already on these campuses, and that's not even a dent. And that's only, I would say, 3 or 4 jobs, that's not really taking account for our 30 plus sites that we have to maintain. So it's contracting out, it's very expensive with prevailing wage and DIR. So it just ups the costs, and it's just a constant battle and something we constantly have to work at. So
I think on the lower end, we estimated about $600,000 per year per tree trimming alone for our entire district.
If I can add to Sabrina's comments, kind of having some foresight with the large amount of trees we did remove for solar. We did engage with the local architect, Paul Jordan and Jay Bain, to help us identify species of trees, help us call nurseries for old growth trees. So they're currently looking into finding those trees for us. We want to find the 75, 80, 90 gallon trees out there. NG's contract does state they'll replace on a 1-to-1 basis, but it's vague. So I'm going to put them to task that they're going to match as close as we can the age of the tree. So that's currently what we're working through right now. We do have some plans that we've worked with Matt on placement. We do want to make sure that we don't place them over existing utilities for further issues. Yeah, exactly. So just having their expertise, as well as the landscape architects' expertise, and them knowing what nurseries to call, it's helping us through this process. So,
yeah. So one thing to consider is when you, a 36 or 48-inch box is what facilities typically goes to because they have a greater survival rate. So the older the tree, the more mature the tree, the less of a chance for long-term survival. So but there are situations that definitely lean themselves towards that.
Yeah.
So.
Just real quick, and when you plant a new tree, it requires a considerable amount of water before it becomes self-sufficient. Right now, it's not so much of a big deal, but in 2 years, it could be.
Correct. Yeah, we're actually working through these details of putting in, temporary remote valves for the older growth trees to, give them a chance for establishment and survival. And then once, they are established and I guess set to grow by themselves, the surrounding irrigation will water them from there on out. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other questions by board members? Okay, we have a public comment on this.
We do. One moment. Again, just a reminder, you have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning and keeping language as respectful as possible. Okay, our first up is Barbara Brown, followed by Christy Weir.
We're gonna hit 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
Probably before this is over. 2 comments in 6 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Brown, and I'm the co-founder of the Ventura Tree Alliance. First, I want to share, first I want to thank Terry Allison, Matt Burnell, and the VUSD maintenance team, along with the principals, teachers, staff, parents, PTO or PTA, and the donors that made planting 36 trees at Elmhurst and Will Rogers possible. As you may or may not know, the recommended tree canopy for schoolyards is 30%. That provides optimal health benefits for children. Will Rogers, which we all know, was at an abysmal 2%. I think you could count the number of trees in the schoolyard on one hand. You could see the Wendy sign better than you could see the trees. And we had a big event, and the parents and teachers and staff and students were all there. And at the tree planting, the parents shared that this was a very heartening experience given their concerns for their children and climate change. VUSD unfortunately only has one school that's near the recommended 30%. Our overall average is unfortunately a low 8%. So it is very gratifying for everyone, the maintenance people, the staff, the students, and the parents to see that you're interested in making a change. As it gets hotter and windier, schoolyards with limited tree canopy lack the shade that is needed to protect the children, the cooling effects of transpiration, and the much needed natural windbreaks. We are dealing with velocity-driven fires, and it's important to know that trees are the only large-scale windbreaks we have and the only large-scale air conditioning we have. I hope the VUSD would embrace a policy that discourages tree removal and encourages new tree planting, and thank you for allowing us to help out.
Next up is Christy Weir, followed by our last speaker on this issue, Cherie Egbert.
Thank you. I'm the president of the Ventura Tree Alliance, and we have had a great partnership with your school district. Our secretary is here tonight too, Nancy O'Rody. We would like to thank your staff who have been amazing, Terry and Matt here, and all the maintenance people that show up for our tree plantings with big smiles and shovels, and they do the planting of the trees. And they've done such a fantastic job. The trees at Elmhurst continue to, after several months, be really healthy. We would like to recommend that you enact an official tree policy for removal and replacement. Having a practice is great, but a policy that lives on through different staff and generations is even more helpful. And that policy hopefully would include a few things, like, for instance, please do not allow contractors to remove any trees without approval from senior staff. Please make sure that your tree trimming contractors do not butcher the trees. We have had the city as well, and private property owners and the school district have had some deficiency in contracted tree trimming where there's been permanent damage done to some beautiful mature trees. And we would love to see a strict criteria for removal. For instance, not for solar projects, and not just because they're dropping, leaves or pine needles on somebody's car. There's always ways to get around removing trees, almost always. And also replacement ratio of, if you're going to take out a mature tree, like the trees at Will Rogers that were taken out for the solar project were beautiful. I have friends that remember them being planted 50 years ago. Those trees were healthy, 50-year-old giant trees providing shade, and they were cut down. If the replacement ratio was 2, 3, 4 trees for one removed, that would provide at least a little bit of immediate shade. And thank you again. Our next project, we want to work with the school district to plant a lot of new trees at the De Anza entrance, where that big median is with dirt right now and no trees. So as you come into De Anza, you would see like rows and rows and rows of trees. And we would love to do that with you. We would pay for the trees. And it's been a great partnership, and we look forward to working with you in the ongoing years. Thank you.
Last is Sheree Egbert.
Hi, my name is Sheree Egbert, and thank you, school board trustees and Superintendent Castro. I noticed trees were on the agenda, and I just wanted to thank whoever decided to put them on their radar and create that as a value. I'm not real prepared tonight, but I just wanted to say a few things. That basically, that trees are a valuable resource, and I know, like, we talk about maintenance and costs, but another way to look at it is they're actually contributing to our children's health, welfare, and education. So when you invest in trees, you're actually investing in our children's health. They're proven to be calming. In fact, studies show that they reduce blood pressure, and with the anxiety today, anything that can reduce blood pressure is good. And actually, studies show that they've done studies, peer-reviewed studies, that test scores go up when you can, like, look out the window at trees. So anyway, so you're supporting the students. Remember, school is home for them, 9 hours a day. And as we become more institutional, we need to add, in an institutional environment, add a calming home-like space. The other thing I wanted to suggest is have a policy where when trees just die, or maybe they got cut out by the lawnmower sometimes. I've noticed at Loma Vista, we've lost 2 trees in the K yard in the last several years, and like 4 in the front, 4 to 5 in the front, and they're just not replaced. And then when I was researching the senior lawn, there was a lot more trees on the senior lawn at one time too. And so some type of thing in your policy where it's noted and that there's an effort to replace those trees that are lost. It makes a big difference. As you know, they are cleaning the air. The air you're breathing comes from trees. And we take it for granted. We are nature, and nature nurtures. And so when you plant trees, you're nurturing our students, which is also a part of education. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other discussion or questions on this item?
No. So I just wanted to share, I appreciated last Friday when we did our site visits at J. Sarah, the principal mentioned the Sherwood Forest behind the row of portables. And I said, oh, why is it called the Sherwood Forest? And she said, well, there used to be trees there. And there's like 1 tree there now in this huge area. So, I mean, obviously, we have room to grow. That was an intended pun.
Anything else? Okay, we're at the time where we have to either vote to extend our meeting or have all the stuff that's left on it moved to the next agenda. What is the pleasure of the board?
Can I request that we move the remaining items to our special board meeting that we have later this week?
Is that possible, Dr. Castro?
Me? I'm here.
You're here Friday?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not a problem, and then the other item is not a problem. And then everything that's on consent shouldn't be.
Needs to be approved. Should be approved today. The consent calendar.
We have 2 consent calendar items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we do,
Maybe perhaps we could do consent and bring back the other items, the conference items?
could we do future board items? At least I want to recommend one, if that's possible, or should we wait till Friday?
The question right now is that there's a couple of consent items they need passed tonight,
Right.
and if you want to do that, we could
Okay.
do those 2 things and then call it a night.
Perfect.
If that's the pleasure of the board.
And we could also just very quickly just vote to extend the meeting to 10:30. We won't need all that time, but at least then we can not rush into
I move to
deciding how we
extend
want
the
to use our
board
time.
to 10:30.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now back to conference item A1, board appointed committees and board meeting dates. Dr. Castro.
Okay, so are we bringing this back? Okay, so this one we're bringing back.
Oh, okay.
And then Asan's, the presentation on the educator workforce housing survey analysis, we will bring that back on
Okay.
Friday during our special, after the special, excuse me. At the conclusion of the previously agendized item, this will come after it. And then the question now is for the consent calendar. If the board doesn't have extensive discussion, I think staff would appreciate moving through the consent calendar so we don't have to bring those back on Friday.
So the question is to approve the consent calendar 16A1 to 16E1. Are there any items that board members wish to pull?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
So then, if I'm hearing this right, we're moving to just do the coming events. Is that what you wanted, James?
Oh, the future board
future board
items.
items. Okay.
Yeah, and that's just to be responsive to what, you know, the community is asking and have questions about what's going on at data regarding the, you know, the schedule changes and the master schedule changes. So I would like to, or not master schedule, I shouldn't say, you know, moving from the bank, the block and the not bank, block and, my mind's failing me. Coring, block and coring. And just kind of get a better idea about what's going on. I know it's out of our purview. I mean, that it's kind of your wheelhouse, but at least for us, we get a better idea of what's going on, what are some of the steps that took place. I know the vote is happening on the 26th, and it might be moot at that point, but at least we have a firm understanding. I don't know if open up to the rest of the board.
Yeah, and as the board is contemplating that in terms of consensus, I think that would not be an issue at all for us to bring forward a conference item, share a lot of the background information. I think it would be good for the community to hear some of the steps that we've gone through. Staff can talk about some of the distinctions between these processes. I think that would be a really positive step. And we would draw some distinctions between most likely like school-based decision-making processes, largely, and then we could work around data's availability. I just would want to be clear that the data site needs to move through that process, and then we'll be responsive to where they are in that process by the time we have that agenda item ready.
So we need consensus to bring this back? Seeing heads nod, yes, okay.
For a
so
future
then-
board item,
For a
yes.
future board item.
Mhm.
Anything else you need to cover tonight, Dr. Castro?
I would also like to add, you all received a board resolution regarding single-use plastic reduction from B. Barnes, who's a student at Foothill. She emailed the board a policy consideration, so I'd like for us to add that to a future board discussion.
So if we're going to do that, again, we need consensus, do we have consensus? Looks like you have consensus on that.
And then I had one other request. Because, it's Alicia's last night. Calvin and I were at the CSBA the final MIG presentation, and someone from Glendale Unified presented some information about their child nutrition services, like the number of meals they've served over the last year, the kind of the scope of the work that they do. And it occurred to me, I would love for us to get a presentation on what our current child nutrition services is doing. I know it's changed a lot over the last few years, especially with like universal meals, and so the number of meals we're serving, kind of, you know, the pains they go to make sure that we're serving fresh and local and all of those things. So if at some point, not at all urgent, but I would just love for them to be invited in to talk a little bit about what they're doing.
Well, I would concur with that, but I think maybe they can, I don't know if you can, but maybe you could tie it together with the proposed single-use plastic thing, because it's all part of our food service, so we might try to tie it together if we can.
Looks like yes.
Yeah. Okay, anything else from the board?
For me, I just had a question. You know, we got the presentation on Happy Campus, but we approved the contracts over 25,000. So do we automatically approve that if we approve this contract on this? So
yes.
So do they still need to come back since we already did this? Because
no,
it wasn't coming back at all. This was going to be the approval. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else by the board? If none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, and Calvin, it's all yours.